squad. There's also a new ranked season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here. So grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back again to day 2 of the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025, Phase 1 of the Grand Finals here. 16 teams representing their countries here for PUBG Esports. I'm Landon Lee alongside with Keith Lee. Can't wait to go through some exciting PUBG action with you once more.
Yeah, but just to clear the air here, we are in no way related in what shape or form.
Yeah.
You know, we share the same surname, different fathers. It's a big place to be from.
Going back, this was working really hard, Keith.
Yeah, I mean, we're here, there, and everywhere, right? I mean, it's the Asian influence. Yeah. Anyways, back to the game itself. Right, remember, the Master Series is just a phase or a step towards a bigger goal here. The PUBG Global Championship that's happening at the end of the year. But first, the APAC to worry about, in which this is why they are trying to qualify forward. But before that, good news for you guys.
Ooh.
Something called G-Coin is something you have to look out for in this entire broadcast today. Why? Because these are random drops or random pop-ups on the screen in which you have to act upon as fast as you can, right? The moment you see the codes, immediately input them and redeem those rewards before the rest of the world does.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do as well. And the best part about it, Keith, it will be, we don't know exactly when they're gonna be dropping the code. All we do know, especially for you amazing viewers as well, it's gonna be dropping throughout the entire one of the moments, or a few times maybe potentially throughout the entire live stream as we go through day 2 of the Master Series. But you know, regardless, while you're waiting for a chance to get those event codes to drop by, also do stick around to support one of your favorite teams here, as they will try, like Keith mentioned as well, try to earn one of the 6 spots to go to that PGS Apex qualifiers.
Yeah, and the Master Series is one of those verticals, but remember, they also they're going to go up against teams who's going to qualify in the Vietnam series, or was it the Thailand series, and also the Vietnam ones. Yeah, so they are. It's still not over just yet. Just because you get top 6 here, now if you're placed in 3rd all the way down to 6, you're gonna have to go through the play-ins again with teams from another qualifiers out there. So you are not safe, that is for sure. It's a long journey, but we're here for it, and thank God we're right here from the start to follow these amazing journeys from these players and teams.
Exactly. I'm really looking forward to a good day of games, or actually a good weekend of games here, because it's the it's the Master Series here, and a lot of teams, including both of us as well, we're pretty much very excited about as well. But you know, Keith, it is day number 2 here. Pretty much just to do a quick recap of what we were pretty much going through for day number 1 as well. I believe a lot of the teams, especially returning on new ones as well, or players that comes from teams that was pretty much competed in the previous PGS last year, or even players who went all the way to the PGC. I'm not going to specify who. I'm just probably going to say one like Trick, Man, for example. But of course, teams that were previously in those previous tournaments as well, those were pretty much the teams we were looking forward or focusing a little bit on, as they realistically have more of a higher chance of securing one of those top spots here during the day 1. However, we did get quite the surprise, especially one of the few underdogs team or wildcards here, Love Esports from Philippines in particular, as they were the team. Not only a new team, but even the entire roster had no, I guess you could say, with that kind of lineup of a roster, had no such experience in the regionals or even in the global scene as well here. So quite the wild card as they were able to secure the top 8 yesterday.
Well, yeah, I will take yesterday's results as a grain of salt. I mean, if you're using Love Esports as the benchmark here, because that was quite of a lucky chicken dinner, if I might say so myself. I mean, it wasn't a hard-earned chicken. But first, before we elaborate further on what happened yesterday, in case you guys are unaware, this is the format we were loosely talking about here. Now, we've concluded the open qualifiers. We've concluded the semifinals, in which teams were divided into 2 different groups. Hence, we get the 16 right now in the grand finals. Half of them from A, half of them from B, and they're all playing for that prize pool of $20,000. And that's even just the side quest. The main quest is to make it all the way onto the PGS APAC qualifiers, right? Top 6 of the entire run this weekend will make it through onto the next round, with the first 2 qualifying into the direct final stage. Meanwhile, the 3 all the way down to 6th will have to go in a play-in stage and play it further against the winners, the top 6 or the top 4 who made it through in the Thailand series and the Vietnam series itself.
It's pretty crazy, right? Because it's like it doesn't really feel like we're at the starting line here, the Master Series. It feels like the true challenge is when you get to that regional Apex qualifier for sure. As you go toe to toe with the other teams or the winners from the other qualifiers, Thailand and Vietnam, crazy powerhouses from those regions as well. But speaking of which, just for anyone who wasn't with us from day number 1. Just want to give a quick update. We have our top 16 teams here. As our first 8 has been shown here, we have Savage Man Esports here, JFT, NRG. And then follow on with our second phase. Our next 8 is going to be PMA, Kiwa Esports, Pixel Stars, Decima Gaming, Roy Esports, Izaragi Samurais, Pubg, and Love Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday itself, I guess now that we've concluded all the soft introduction of the teams, to fill in the context, yesterday was one heck of a performance, right?
Oh, yes.
We had 2 Aaron girls, Tego, Arondo, and 2 Miramar. I believe we're going to have that again today itself, in different order, in reverse. But DCM, Decimate Gaming, the Oceania team, heavy hitters coming into the lobby here. Almost a consistent top 3 finish. They had one game that was bad, but still, that bad game was a total of 6 kills, and it was a situation where they couldn't do anything. Now, Kiwa, they're slow starters, like to play it real strategic, positioning over everything. They managed to inch their way up so quietly under the limelight, not even under the limelight, actually, avoiding the limelight, and here they are in number 2. Roy Esports seems to be everyone's kryptonite. PMA, a little bit hard on the consistency. Good games on the first, suffers a bad game on the next, and so on and so forth. Now, X-Men and Love, I think they're quite lucky to be in here in the top 6, but I don't think it's convincing enough, their performance that's displayed in day number 1. And so they should be worried about getting undertaken by some of the teams down below.
Yeah, for sure. But of course, to give a little bit of a play out for what our match is going to be like today. So previously, yesterday, we started off with 2 Erangels, Tego, Ronda, and Marama. This time, we're going to be reversing things here, as we will be starting off with 2 Maramas, followed by Rondo, Tego, and Erangel after that here. So pretty excited to see. And honestly, I love that you actually brought up like what was the playstyle coming from Kiwa Esports in particular, right? And I think it's because from their experiences back when they were not only doing the PUBG Global Series, but also during the time during the PUBG Global Championship as well. The kind of playstyle when they're going up against like the best in their respective region as well. I think it's just somewhat transmitted, and it's somewhat just stick with them as they bring forward to this year's Master Series here. But Roy Esports in particular, I do not want to give like the full layout just yet, because this is not the same Roy Esports from last year 2024. This is an entirely new roster here. However, the gameplay that we've been seeing so far, they've been quite the menace here. A little bit different from some of the teams here, where some are cautiously playing on the edges or slowly getting into the center of the circle. It feels like Roy is like going through several checkpoints. Whenever they go into a compound, they always try to take a seat. They can farm a couple of points before moving further into the circle. That kind of play style. I think that's actually pretty interesting. Sure, it does have its risks, but it's also it makes things pretty entertaining at the same time.
Yeah, I think Roy Esports, their real selling point right now is they know how to turn a bad situation into a good one. I can't tell you how many times and times again where they just seemed outgunned, outnumbered, and the god does not favors them at that point. Somehow just flip heads and still make it up all the way to the top 3 position. Like Roy Esports is something that is someone that the camera don't follow as often, but you'll still be surprised to see them towards the later stage of the game.
Yep. And of course, currently we're checking out Decimate, who's currently topping the leaderboard at the current moment. Yeah, such a stack roster, really such a stack roster. And one of the best Australian marksman shooter as well. The Flood being into the line side as well. And the crazy thing about this as well, Keith, is usually when you see all this kind of powerhouses of a roster, right, you tend to think like, what would the synergy usually is going to be like among the members? And I'm actually not too worried because over the past 2 to 3 years or 4 years in this case, right, each and every one of those members of Decimate Gaming has somewhat of an affiliation with each other one way or another. Some used to be playing alongside an Axo clan, some used to be in Fury. So that kind of experience as they played with each other or played against each other just tend to be like the fact that like, okay, we are pretty much comfortable with each other and pretty much our ideology just somewhat matches with each other as well.
I think they do it, but not by choice. I mean, if we're being like really frank here, like Oceania,
yeah, like in like the in-depth conversation, right?
Right? No. I'm saying like Oceania is not one of the biggest region when it comes to esports, right? So for Oceania, I mean, they're historically not a large talent pool that comes up from that place. But so far, what we're seeing, despite the small talent pool, we're getting high caliber players that are coming up from that pool. So you're bound to get this player who has got synergy with other players from different teams because of how small the community is. But here they are showing they're definitely not making it seem like it.
So Savage Men, currently we do have the Savage Men here, although their roster has, have some of their members been changed from last year's on as well. Although Xavier and Upchen still the one that's still been the more loyal members that are still sticking around, or returning players in this case that's still sticking around. Oliver and Lucky J, very nice addition, especially since Lucky J was pretty much from King Slayer. But as we both, as you mentioned as well during the pre-show, yesterday's game, they definitely do have a couple of rough patches as well. They run into a situation where they're somewhat forced to fight, and definitely is not on their terms at all as well. So hopefully day number 2, especially since after they do a little bit of recap or get a better understanding on like what's the other team's play style, probably their rotation or their habits, maybe we might see a better game for Savage Man Esports this time.
I think for Savage Men, I want to see them do something different this time around. And what I mean by that is they got to hit the mark at first sight. They can't afford whiffing shots and in hopes to finally clip them on the 5th, right? So I think it's countless of times where even a chicken dinner game in Miramar could have been sour for them despite having a man advantage, only because they lose out when they peek the enemy first, yet the enemies retaliated and they're the ones who get shut out from the game itself. So I do want to see them shoot better. Hopefully, maybe it's the first day jitters. We'll see. Right now, it's match number 7. The first game of the day. It's day 2 here in the Phase 1 Grand Finals of the Pubg Master Series.
All right, Keith, I'm excited. Let's quickly kick it off in Marama here. First map, of course, I'm excited to see who's going to be the one to take the cake here in our first map of the day, of day number 2 here. But, Flight Path, I think it's been so far fair so far. I think only yesterday, I believe it was match 5 on Miramar, where we had a flight path that was pretty much from the west to the east to the lower south side of the map. Wow, that was a tough time for a lot of teams to decide where it was going. But thankfully, the circle wasn't as punishing as the flight path. It actually dropped towards the south and southeast side of Los Leones here. So it was pretty much okay for a lot of those teams who was actually dropping within the vicinity. But we got a fairly nice centralized flight path, so I believe the teams should be able to get to a lot of these nice places where they ever want to go. However, is this potentially a hot drop between KB and Roy Esports? As the facility is actually the compound area isn't as much area to loot between the two.
Oh, look at the first circle has been revealed, and just to bounce it off on you, things to point out here. I think KB might have moved the drop spot or anything. I do remember them trying to contest onto Decimate. Or was it Roy Esports? Or I did still sticking it with the Roy Esports.
I believe it's
sticking it with the drop. Yeah. They lost in that engagement, and if they're trying to do something else this time around, I'd love to see them try. But Roy Esports again, it's that one team that that came in at the end of the match with a total of 2,200 damage in total from the entire members. So it's a scary skirmish to be taken on, but I guess we'll see if the favors has turned towards their side here for KB.
Yeah. Doesn't really seem like a good, decent place to have a lot of vehicles to drop as well. So I'm pretty sure they're going to have a couple of members going to be able to secure the vehicles. I'm pretty sure that's why we see TD from Raw Esports currently quite spread out from the rest of the team here. But it's totally understandable, right? Because this was just one of those areas where it's quite limited in terms of resources, especially since you did notice the flight path coming from another team. That's actually KB. So every team should be able to be quite accustomed to the necessary amount of resources. Hopefully, one of the members should be able to secure the vehicles for themselves. By the way, kill leader here. Oh, that's actually pretty high one coming in. TD is actually topping that one.
Yeah, TD topped the chart, 16 just from this man alone. So that's I guess speaks volume enough. However, it is a team sport, and it is DCMs that's all across the top 5 here, with each and one of their members. Even yesterday, I checked on the global leaderboards itself after yesterday's games was concluded, and at the top spot was DCM members, all 3 of them, all with a TWR of 90 each on average.
Oh, that's insane. So that's a consistent shooter. So, but I mean, it's to be expected, right? Raw Esports has just been. They don't really shy away from a fight, especially. Although yes, it's not like they're forcing fight. It's not like they're jumping to every single fight they see. It's just more. It's more like if they see they're pretty opportunistic, right? If there's an opportunity to farm for points, they might say go for it. They can try to force a couple of resources wastage coming from the opposing team. Why not? It doesn't seem like they're the kind of cautious kind of team here or any passive play. Pretty interactive, yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but numbers do lie in this case. I will have to admit that. I mean, a team like Kiwa, who's almost always going to be drifted behind the numbers, the number game at the very least, just because of the playstyle options they choose, they opt for, trying to turtle things through the entire game. Remember one of the chicken dinner that they won in Miramar? No, they did win in Miramar itself, did they? Where they did a damage of like a total of 349 damage the entire game. Here they are with a chicken dinner. So they're going to be losing a lot of those highlights or the number game itself in terms of statistics. But that's just because they choose to play things slow and safe. And if it's working for them, I don't see why they have to change. But surely they can't be lucky twice.
I mean, it's definitely not the flashes of plays, right? Compared to like what we've been seeing so far from some of the other teams as well, you know. But this is just Miramar is just really that kind of map, right? You just really want to try, even though it's not really playing around the edges compared to how you would play your Wrangler. You just want to really try to get a really good spot. Whether you notice that the circles around vantages areas, you want to get a decent amount of covers. Because you just see from the open areas, right? There's just barely any covers. People tend to expend on more small utilities than usual here. But Zen Esports did spot out a drive-by coming from Love Esports. I believe Love Esports is going to be trying to make their way towards the center of the circle. Hopefully, they try to find a good spot just for their stronghold to just wait things out. The team that actually pretty much, I believe that's pretty much how they win out their first chicken dinner yesterday as well. Although it's definitely a lot more slower. Probably one of the few teams that we have in this tournament where we're playing a little bit more of a slower play style. But if, like you said, if it works, it works.
Zen Esports, unfortunately, Etwad was the only member within this compound. He saw a clear shot towards Akata, was stuck by the alleyway, could have taken it, but didn't want to risk it, him being alone. Backup's not around the area, and he saw another member of Love Esports itself. But talking about those two teams there right now, finding themselves in a confrontation within this building itself. Triple stories. They are in the same place at different times, different levels, different times. Crazy 9 will hold on to the stairwell. Will he get this clip, though? He will. The shots out fire. That's one member from Zen's one will be off into the lobby. They'll be notified to the likes of Love Esports. And maybe Etwad might be hitting himself in the foot here. Should have taken that shot. At least could have gotten that trade kills.
Yeah. So we already have our official first blood has already been drawn for the sideline here. Although it is not the full team setup here, but Crazy now had a nice setup for himself to at least try to get the kill for himself. couple of trade backs, a couple of suppressor fire, but not from members of Pixel Stars. Actually coming from the other side. I believe it was, of course, the good handiwork of Decimal Gaming. I'm just assuming, of course, from the positioning of from the minimap itself. But we finally did see a squad confrontation for the fight for the compound here. It's Kiwa Esports. They do have the initial compound first for themselves here. And it's like Trek will be able to find it, land its mark on goodbye. And he'll be knocked down. Not finished just yet here. Try to bait out and see whether the teams will try to draw them in and see if they try to go for the revive here. We do see at least one more or two more members of Pubg still standing around, but not for too long, as Trick will get the 2K here and plans to seal the deal, as the other half of the team is currently too far to reassist here, to reinforce, and that will be 2 members short at the current moment.
Yeah, Kiwa, they really know how to outplay their opponents in situations. It seemed like it was Poggy who got the knock first. I mean, got the first shot and grazed him a little bit, not enough to get him knocked down, but somehow Chibrit from the far angle, I think, knocked those members down, and Trek immediately after healing capitalized the situation, and they only sent 2 forward. So Poggy, they cut their losses. They leave 2 into the grave. 2 more shall take its place and play on the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of an unfortunate situation, right? Because they went for a 2-2 split, right? One, as they try to share, instead of like sharing out as the resources as much as possible, they want to try to see if they can check out other compounds. Just coincidentally, Kiwa Esports already has somewhat set themselves up with their foothold there, so it's just an unfortunate encounter. Sure. Not to say that you couldn't try to take the fight head on, but it wasn't really a fight on their terms either. So Kiwa was very comfortable, especially since they already especially Kiwa Esports from day one. Once they plant their feet in the ground, it's pretty hard to actually get them to actually like remove them entirely or uproot them entirely.
But you reckon if you're taking the approach of a 2-2 split, your other 2 members should have somewhat visibility at you in case things go rough, right? Yeah. I mean, that's what Kiwa tends to do as well, and they fill up the flank side real nicely. That's how Chibrit got the shot from far across. Well, hold that thought here, because Poggy, CJ might join the rest of these other teams into the lobby here if he cannot find his way out of this sticky situation. Same can be said with the likes of Wei Mang against Kiwa Chibrit.
Yeah. Now, to just bounce off of you, right? I think it's just one of those situations where the map is just so large, right? Like, and just look from the positioning alone, where they were just trying to farm for resources. It's so far out. Sure, you could try to, like you said, play in the outskirts, try to snipe it from a distance. But once you bring the fight with it, when you bring the fight indoors, yeah, that's an individual battle of its own. You're not gonna expect any support anytime soon, unless he's standing within the window. Sure, you can probably get the shot, but I don't think that was unfortunately the case for one of the members of Pubg. But still fine. 2 members still standing. We did see PMA in a very similar situation as well yesterday, and they still managed to get a couple of kill points before officially going down. So let's see how much damage they can actually do with these 2 members itself. But we might see a little bit more cautious play for them. That's for sure. But JFT, currently everyone making their way into the safe zone here. Trying to see if they can get a better spot, because if I'm not mistaken, Keith, we're somewhere between Los Leones and open areas, right?
Yeah. Circle did fall towards that direction. So they will be playing there for the time being. However, it's too large to really tell where it's going to go next. But Mad Pig from Pixel Stars getting gunned down by the aggressor. That's JFT. We all know the Oceania region, they're not one to be trifled with. Roy Esports, they were poking the bear, but the bear saw greater pastures here on the likes of Pixel Stars. Will take a few kills on their side. Pixel Stars remaining with 2 still left standing. Perhaps if they might want to risk it, go in for the save on Tian, because he's been bleeding out for quite some time now.
Yeah. Not going to be making any movements just yet, because of the fact that they did hear and spot out a happy score within the compound. So they do want to get a little bit more intel before they make their moves here. Moving on to other areas of the map here, we do see Zan Esports previously was able to steal a nice kill on top of one of the members, or lost one of the members initially by Pubg Esports. Now they're having this confrontation against Nexus here. Nice timing, they just spotted up but couldn't really get the down. The nade comes in, do additional amount of damage, get the spray through, not with the hip fire, not going to be able to get any knocks in the process here. A couple of trades, a couple of pot shots here and there, nothing too crazy, but we do see Crazy 9 popping out Wenbo here with a beautiful headshot to secure the first kill score. The fight hasn't ended, it's currently still within the middle of being ensued. Prince priming up that nade here, trying to force him out to the on the second floor. They know they're there, but a nice timing of a swing here, but 21 couldn't find the opening as Prince did a very evasive prone to keep himself up and healthy. Fight comes in 2v4. That nade looks good, Keith.
It looks good. Not enough to get him down, though. He's got to be careful, but the push is there. Follow up. He followed through. 21 might just do it for the likes of Love. They've picked their members back up, so it seems like they might not lose anything in that engagement alone. What an impressive outplay. I guess what you said was true. Love Esports might be the underdog after all, despite me calling them, well, a lucky chicken dinner winner yesterday. It was an easy chicken for them, right? All they had to do was come in 4 members towards the end. But right now, they're looking like they're leading the pack. 4 kills already.
Mm-hmm. No, the thing is, just Keith. Honestly, I would have probably totally agree with you. It's just the fact that when I saw the amount of total kills that they have, which is also surpassing Happy Squad as well. That's when I started thinking about it. Like, okay, all right, who are these guys? Like who are they really? You know, like where do they currently stand? Right. Although it's been pretty silent so far, we do see a little bit more action coming towards them. Speaking of action here, Irohani, Perpetual, Samurais, right? Just seeing from yesterday's game alone, I just wish that we can actually see a little bit more of aggressive play coming towards them, because I feel like they always end up in this situation where they play either a little bit too slow or forced into battles which they're not really comfortable with in the first place here. So I do hope to see a little bit more aggressive, because I know the potential coming from both Runox and Fever as well. And from last Apex qualifier, last year PGS, they came in with a team of Whitefish. So definitely, and they're also representative of the PGN. So I do know their capabilities and potential. So really excited to see how well they fare with day number 2.
Well, the one more team that I'd like to get my eyes on here, it's Savage Men, the X-Men themselves. Mm-hmm. Well, they've been keeping the guns for themselves for a long time now. I think understanding that they most often than not miss the shot. Is that why they're holding back? I'm not too sure, but I guess we'll see and find out. Talking about regions and playstyle, Decimate Gaming has been relatively quiet. As I say that, immediately takes one. NRG being stopped in the track by the Oceania team, and that looks like an absolute wipe. Decimated, if I might say so myself. Larry's coming in with the backup here. They cannot let this one man grip the entire team, and it won't. Amped straight and true with his crosshairs. Immediately get them out of the game. NRG.
Oh no, NRG, they did not anticipate it. They literally drove into the dens of the lions here, and they just absolutely nailed them down. Very impressive with the spray through as well as they're flying. I believe we saw a man try to fly, what's a car flying over. This thing gets sniped off, but you know, they do get the knocked here. But I believe he's within safety for his allies to go for the pickups here. Regardless, that was a nice, hefty amount of kills, so that's made the entire squad wipe by their hands alone here. But I believe Decimate did lose. Wait, hold on. Did they lose one of the members? No, they have all 4 members, right?
Not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I saw the score screen, like one, like you know, if one's knocked, it's like red, and then the other 2 teams will be like gray, right? But I just saw like one entirely grayed out. So I was like, hey, wait, didn't they? I thought they had all 4. Needless worry.
I do see only 3 banners, so I think maybe they finished the job. They finished the job on them.
For one person, yeah, all right.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I believe that was Flood too. Was it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, needless worry came true. My God.
Well, right here again, we see KB. Now Roy Esports sharing the compound with Decimate. Now this is going to be a treat. Monty tries to go in with a window peek here. The nades that have been going off inside gets 1 members of Roy. So that would even out the scores in terms of the manpower. But unfortunately, they're not very healthy. And that will be capitalized further. Roy Esports just running them down. Decimate Gaming, despite their aggressive plays, they are now punished into the lobby again. Roy Esports emerges as the kryptonite.
Missed timing, but also at the same time, perfect timing for the aggressive push coming from Roy Esports as well. One of them was trying to cook up a Molotov, while the other was trying to climb through the wind, trying to bolt through the wind as well. Unfortunate timing, but perfect at the same time for Roy Esports here. Well, though, nice knock on one of the members of Pubg. That was one of the last two remaining members as well. But here comes round two. First it was Decimate, now it's Roy Esports. What's going on with this compound key? We just had our first confrontation, now second, and now here's the third. Now Roy Esports, now they're gonna have their backs against the wall here as they will try to hold their own. They did manage to get one knockdown, two in the process with a beautiful day. And Roy Esports, they will be the victor of the compound once more. The final winner of this King of the Hill.
I'm telling you, man, it's X-Men Savage. I do not know how they top the leader, they top the group A's. They just come in again. Remember how in the previous day there were 4 members strong up against 2 from Roy Esports, and they couldn't seal that deal. What made you think they could have taken that compound in that skirmish itself? And it just happened again, which is it's laughable at best. But hey, you miss every shot you don't take, so you gotta try, I guess.
You know, with that being said, of course, smiles across the board especially for some of the top 3 players in the ranking. Now with Desmond out of the picture, it's a perfect time to try to extend the lead here to farm a couple more points on this side. Whether it's a placement or for kills, this is the time. Especially since we haven't got a lot of input, like a lot of action coming from PMA here. But Trick, what a quick spray from the man, knocks out Leo entirely before he even have a chance to blink. Last potential member here, Lunlu, actually no, not last 2 members of PMA, still trying to stick it out here to see if they can try to salvage the situation. But Kiwa Esports, they intend to finish the deal here. They know, all right, we're currently top 6. We've spawned one of the top 3 teams here. Let's try to remove them from play. But Lunlu is not going out without a fight here with the 2K. He sprays them down. He's playing behind the truck as well as they slowly make their way forward. He's not going out quietly, but God Trick will seal his fate here. PMA, Decimate, and Savage Man out of the picture, and Kiwa Esports will stand tall to revive the remaining 2 knockdown members.
This is a different Kiwa Esports than what we've been introduced to in day number 1. They are the aggressors. They're pushing into a compound, sure, trying to push into the zone actually, but it's a wide place. They could have snuck past by through, but no, this is the awakening of such an aggressive team from Indonesia. Kiwa Esports now picking fights onto the likes of Love. They have to be careful though, in case of any third parties. And talking about third parties, one call pinned in between 2. It's ISG up north and Happy down in south.
It's definitely between a rock and a hard place for sure as well. As both one call is boxed in between not just rocks but 2 players as well. Happy Squad and Irohani, Puppetto Samurais on the other end. 2 members, I believe it's 2. No, sorry. Okay, officially I see 1 member of one call currently knocked down on the ground here. Okay, yeah, so it's just 1 officially knocked down, potentially going to be 2 eventually. On the other side, we do see Zen Esports having a little bit of confrontation, but I believe it's the peak battles between mountains to another mountain here. But so far, Happy Squad not going aggressive with this push, just trying to just keep them at bay, control the edge. Eventually, sure, once the circle slowly gets towards the safe zone, they do want to solidify this edge control. But for now, or Cobbs in this case, got a nice line up here to spray down D-Cable, knocks him down. Snoopy trying to see if he can get within the edge with the Marauder in hand here. See the opportunity. Oh, but he gets suppressed down. But so low into snipe. Looks so good as he gets the headshot here.
Oh my god, that was really playing by the edge of your own life. There's 6 health points left. I would not advise him to peek after that, after taking so much, and at least recover yourself back to HP. But he made it work. The gamble worked. It was a high risk and a good reward at that. Now Happy finds himself some breathing grounds. But for how long? As ISG now closing in, and on the back foot, it's Love Esports as well.
Wow, just looking at the current positioning of the map as well. Okay, it looks like a giant bowl, and JFT is the dish. But of course, the battle of the edges will continue to ensue. The one who wins out the edge fight here, the vantage point here, will have so much intel, so much view on the whole entire team of the entire area. But of course, that's to see whether the circle will continue to persist towards the edges or go down middle to where JFT is currently positioning. But a lot of actioning that we're currently somewhat missing out on the other side of the match between both Zen Esports and Happy Squad, but not for too long as troops get spotted out, sprayed down by Algin bots here, and now someone let's release the hounds and they will melt down Love Esports.
Oh, they're fighting two different battles right now, Happy Squad. I'm not sure how they're maintaining their happy attitude here. It's Evil Patrick up against the 4 from ISG. Faven coming from the heaven side, top down. It's an easy spray to take down Evil Patrick. I guess Evil Patrick will be collateral at this point. Happy, the members will make the rotation over. They do have somewhat of a high ground to work from, but only for how long? As Mook tries to scale upwards, gets punished in the process. Feven as well, dropping like flies. Runex now going in with the pickup onto Gioni. And this could be I guess the stalemate that they're looking for to maybe rest and reset and push on further. Happy gets taken out. That's Aya. From the high ground, there's still members there. Argent bots will finish the job. ISG out, and Happy can look to revive some of their friends.
Good attempt. Good. I love the aggression. I think what really happened was I believe they had initially one Irohani Samurais. Right? I believe they had one member was trying to be on Overwatch to try to keep members of Happy Squad at bay, especially to prevent them from actually getting that advantage, that high ground advantage spray. But I believe we saw one of the members of Kalbs, I believe, or Iya in this case, actually flank for the sidelines and knock down one of the members of Irohani, Popeta Samurai. I'm just following for the kill score alone, I believe. I believe that should be the storyline. But of course, moving forward, we have Justice for Tomorrow, very comfortable in the compound here. They've been pretty comfortable in this spot for a relatively long time as well. And KB, no vehicle, by the way, have to take the more traditional route here. Can't believe he actually managed to get to that rock. Decent amount of tags, yeah.
He did make the jump, so I guess that helped in his pursuit itself. But eyes across the board, though. You look at Happy, and they're coming in with 15 kills. That is, I guess the record we've had was about 16 kills. Can they look to hit the big 2-0 in day number 2 here in the first game? Can they break records here? They're looking great to even try right now. Happy Squad, 10 trips. Has got eyes on Roy Esports, but perhaps Roy might be the one who ended. No, Roy goes down. So the Kryptonite's gone. It's a happy place for a Happy Squad.
It really is. And they also have the high ground as well as really great. If the circle continues to maintain at their spot, it'd be fantastic for them because they have such a great Eagle like Overwatch view on the entire safe zone currently at the moment here. And then look at the positioning currently spread out between Happy Squad. So just ensuring like, okay, we got pretty much control towards the southwest side of the map. They do got intel on top of KB, but they're currently at the lower part. If I'm not mistaken, their positioning currently at KB. It's currently at the bottom part of that hill here. So the worst thing that could possibly happen for Happy Squad, if the circle persists towards GFT, then Happy Squad is forced to just round the open. They got no vehicles, by the way. So, and there's barely any cover. So no ditch either. It's just a steep slide down. So pretty much they'll be in a similar situation with what KB had to experience, but at least KB was able to find a rock.
What your prophecy came through. Happy Squad in a happy position. Yeah. JFT is the one who's going to have to leave the compound, and to your theory, it stands true. Now they have to traverse the open barren lands, and they cannot do so safely unless they've got vehicles in their midst, which I don't believe they do. And if they did, I don't know how easy it is to be shooting down vehicle from the top side, but it's looking rough for Justice for Tomorrow.
Ooh, a little bit more. He could have got that knock with the arm too. Wow. That's insane. Okay, later we're going to if we have the chance to see RG boss as well, we need to see what armor or what helmet he's currently wearing, because he just tanked that AWM as well. Okay, it's definitely not headshot for sure. That would be a guaranteed knock unless it's a level 3. But Keith, this is just one of those situations where it's so, like I said, if the Circle Kid proceeds to the mountain range, it's gonna be a tough time for either team, KB or JFT, mainly because of the fact that can you imagine trying to lob grenades up that high ground? It's not even like a hill. That's like a mountain at that point, right? It's gonna be quite difficult, and what a shot coming from Arjun's boss, and that's not gonna end. 1, 2, the dominoes are happening as well, and ER getting ready to reposition, but he can't really leave his spot for too long. Arjun's boss will have to hold this position by himself. He got the range, he got the lines of sight. Arjun's boss, could he mow down the entire squad alone by himself? No, unfortunately, 10 Trip will come in for the assist, but hey, all because of Arjun bots, he alone is the sole reason the majority of the members of JFT was just mowed down mercilessly without a fight.
Yeah, JFT into the shredder, letting Happy get that 21 kills so far, the highest we've seen in a single match. They are here to play, and finally, we were about to snooze on them here in day number 1, but day number 2, they showed up big time now up against KB, a single member Art God, and he's not even under concealment. They know his positioning. So it's a game of patience right now and a game of mistakes in which Happy can afford furthermore, but not KB, not with one man left alone. They will look to see maybe the circle closing could prompt some kind of desperation for him to go in with the desperate peak here to run for safety. And I think they're waiting just for that. Exactly.
Oh, our God, you are in a precarious spot. He's probably not only peeking at a spell, but more importantly, he's just trying to check things out. Is there any other cover he can run across? Because let's be honest, he's not in the safe zone either. But the same can be said for Happy Squad. But they have the man advantage. They know where he is. So even if one member would be knocked down, the other member would have the opportunity to spray him down too. So. But we do see 10 Trip not leaving it up to chance, not living up to the zone. He tends to take the fight head on here. They know the tag seems good. Forcing out the resource. He does have an additional first aid kit to keep himself nice and toasty here. But danger looms as 10 Trip is within the vicinity. And he's smelling the fear. He's waiting it out. He's just waiting for the zone to just push him in. And do take it to count. 10 Trip's also in the safe zone too. But our God...
I will say Happy has at least a bit more gradient to play around with. Like where Art God is standing, if he crosses this ledge, it's a smooth downward trend. And 10 Trip, it's not even going to wait for that situation. Why not? They're already happy with 21 kills. Make that 22 and the chicken dinner here in the first match of the day. It's day 2 in phase 1 grand finals of the PUBG Master Series.
Now that's the pack. Now that's the alpha pack. The wolf pack I was looking for, coming from Happy Squad from day number 1. Especially with the experience and the reputation that they have from their previous team in Archangel Predators. So was a little bit surprised by day 2. Here day 2 and match number 1. That worry is completely disregarded here. Well done. However, KB at the same time, I believe they came to this round. To that last round, although they do have the placement points, I believe they have like 3 kills or 4 kills on their belt. Not a lot of activity was coming from KB. We do see a couple of them doing a couple of pot shots or being pot shotted, but not much action other than that, as they were just trying to go for a little bit more of a cautious or more safer push into the circle.
Yep, but the highlights on to the side of the Happy Squad, the bulldog of a team just bulldozing down the entire lobby this game alone. But yeah, talking about KB itself, I think they're trying to adapt to what they learned yesterday. They nearly almost always lose their compound fights or any fight that they take, as a matter of fact, right? I think they do win some, but in a very, very punishing manner. They'll lose at least half their squad in a single fight itself. So they do want to take it a little bit slow, and that did guarantee them some sort of a placement point. But for how long? We can see that the difference that sets them apart between the champion teams in so far, at least in the 2-day run, is that the ability to take that fight alone. Look at Decimate Gaming. This was a bad game for them, yet they walk away with five kills in their name at the very least.
I mean, it's also a little bit of a surprise for them as well to see like teams just like crashing into their compound as well. But you know, of course, Raw Esports well played for the coming from them as well for for their adaptation to such a surrounding as well, the adjustment placement too. And let's be honest, Keith, they weren't really fully settled from their previous fight from Decima Gaming as well. They just suddenly Savage Man just suddenly started rolling in, and they were like, not enough time to loot out all the resources here. Just have to readjust to take those fights. But Arjun Bots, what a lad, as he holds down the point here, literally shredding out 3 members of JFT alone. Would be pretty cool if he was able to shred out the entire full 4-man squad. But this is PUBG. It's a squad game. Every player counts at this point here.
No, I mean, it was served on a silver platter, right? It's at the moment that Circle closed away from Compound, like
Pretty
we
much.
mentioned, it's barren land, right? Thank God they had a vehicle. Otherwise, it would have been even more pathetic, right? So they did with the best they got. Vehicles are a utility, and I think they ideally would like to go in with 2 different vehicles. But the moment that Circle closed, I saw them shooting towards one of their vehicle until it was black smoked already. So they only have 1 car, and all 4 of them went into that death trap, which sealed their fate as they try to venture upwards.
Yeah, but I can also totally understand the desperation as well, the positioning advantage. But think of it this way as well, Keith. Let's just say even if JFT was able to get to that base of that hill, can you imagine lobbing nades over, comparing like who will have the better advantage when it comes to just throwing grenades off from their respective position, right? Naturally, physics, right? Happy Squad will have the natural advantage as the nades will naturally roll down the hill. Whereas you see, for coming from JFT, they will get those resistance from those landscapes.
I don't think they were rushing for the base though. I think they were gunning for the top hills.
Yeah,
the
they were just
hillside.
doing whatever they can here, right? No, but like I
Yeah.
say, regardless, right, whether it's the base of the hill or rushing up there, right, it's both spots doesn't seem ideal, right? But still, okay, that will top I believe Happy Squad finally broke the record. We had 2,200 damage from Roy Esports yesterday. Happy Squad totally just break the record.
Could have been $3,000. This could have been the big
Could have been
3-0
3.
here. You can always do better. And look at that, KB coming in 2nd place. This is what I mean. Like, you could tell when the team is not actively participating. Measly 500 damage, less than that if they're shy away from the 3rd and 4th, who's at least put in a big 1,000 damage on average, right? So that's what we saw from Kiwa yesterday, but not today. Kiwa also one of those teams that came in with the big hit kills counter on score. But of course, Happy is the one that takes the ultimate spotlight and limelight. 23 kills in a single map.
1,000 damage by Ia alone, my God. That is some impressive damage. I mean, let's be honest, it's Kalps, right? Ia/Kalps. It's a tremendous fragger alongside with Arjun Bots here. The 10 trip, of course, pulling his weight. It's unfortunate for Evil Patrick. We lost him a little bit too early, a little bit too soon. But this is a squad game. He had full faith in his teammates, and his squad pulled through for him, and everyone is pretty much a happy man here.
Talking about happy man, they'll be happy to show off this results. Number 1 spot, 33 total points accumulated from 1 game alone. Roy Esports. Yeah, 23 kills. 23 kills. Roy Esports here at 2nd place. Despite bowing out relatively early, I guess they edged it out a little bit against Kiwa here in terms of their placement points. But Kiwa, man, they really showed up this time around. 12 points, sure. Maybe if they played it a little bit safe and get those placement points up, they could have been up there. But I guess now I understand why they'd like to play it a bit of a turtle strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be understandable, right? Marama, you get a good spot, you pretty much have, especially like, for example, Happy Squad in particular. Sure, there is still going to be a little bit of chance where the circle may not play in your favor. But if it really does, if all the stars align, pretty much someone can dictate how the match is going to be like as well here. But, of course, this is going to be the updated leaderboard for all 7 matches here. So far, our top ranking Decima Gaming still stands as number 1, but Kiwa this time overtaking it, and will be taking that 2nd place, but still the total scoreline tying it out with Roy Esports here. And Happy Squad will be moving out, knocking down Love Esports to that 7th place. But Keith, from that match 1, I believe Happy Squad had 23 kills, right? If they had killed probably like another 7 or 9 players, they would probably have annihilated a third of the lobby because we have 60
You're asking
players.
too much, man. You're asking too much. That's
We were.
that's
I mean, hey,
23.
you asked too much yesterday. I can't see why I don't get a chance of me to ask it too.
Because they've already broken records, and I'm like, man, they really showed up. You wanted 7 and 9 more? Oh my god, that's just.
I mean,
that's
it could have been
playing
perfect,
out of
though.
their mind.
True.
But fun fact: top 3 positions, nothing's changed. Kiwa and Roy was tied at 57 total points yesterday, with Kiwa at second place, Roy in third. Now they're still tied at 69, second and third. Decimate definitely cannot be comfortable. They were at 84, only got up to 89. They had a good lead of about 30 points, but they cannot take that for granted because 30 points is only about 3 games away.
I apologize. I didn't know that between Q and Roy still retains here. But regardless, so far the games we are definitely seeing a little bit of slight changes. Although Decimate will still stand tall, but like you said, may not be too comfortable with the fact that they ended the round with just 4 points additional to adding on to what they previously had from the total accumulation from yesterday's day 1 here. But it's not over yet. That was just the first match. We're moving on, still going to the map of Miramar once more. It will be the last Miramar for day number 2 here. Let's see whether the teams will be able to change the outcome of their fates here. Because we are, like, I believe, almost halfway through the entire tournament since we have 18 matches here. And it literally, I believe, after the conclusion of day number 2, we'll be able to get a clean view on like which team will, or at least the top teams that we're moving forward to the APAC qualifier.
Yeah, if you're Decibel Gaming, you really don't want to give your lead away. Remember, top 2 get qualifies direct into the APAC qualifiers finals stage. So that itself is going to worth a whole lot more than your $6,000 US dollars. Although the $6,000 US dollars is good to have from just playing the game itself. But enough chatting. As we get into this next game, it's the final Miramar map. All thanks to NZXT Elite Gaming Gear, getting our players to an elite level of competition here. It's match number 8, phase 1 of the grand finals, Pubg Master Series 2025.
All right, okay, this time's different. We finally got our first official diagonal flight path here. Pretty nice, centrally down the middle. I believe everyone should be able to go where they want to go. Los Leones, a nice flight path. Doesn't need to do a long dive either. Can go all the way to La Cabrera. Don't think we'll see anything going to Valdemal. Maybe we might see a couple going to Chumachera. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if people go to Valdemera here, because we haven't really got a nice view towards the south side of the map so far. I mean, the circle never really brought us all the way there. We have been getting circles to the northwest side, or the south, or the southeast side, particularly here. Nowhere really to the left or the bottom left or top right corners of the map.
Yeah, is that for the best or for the worst? I guess, one can only hope. We wouldn't really know until we do see one play out the way it did. But hey, well, happy squad. Happy to find their first set of wheels. Already good for that rotation playing this map. They did have a very, very sparse drop. Taking a look at that, one member, all the way in Power Grid, 2 more in Picado, 1 more going into enemy lines here, and you've gotten yourself your first ever northern circle with La Cabrera as the center.
I'm a little bit more concerned between like Kiwa squad and One Call, right? I think they were both trying to drop at the same spot, the same area of Montenegro as well. The only difference is that Kiwa actually got the drop first, and they actually started laying out a little bit of covering fire for One Call here. But I thought it was going to be a hard drop, but sadly not. One Call decided to play a little bit more safer. We'll try to rush to secure those vehicles within the vicinity and try to get to a more better spot. If they go down south, it will probably be Valdemar, or they wish to go through the compound, go towards the north side, since the circle has somewhat dictated to go towards the northwest side of the map here. Happy squad. It's happy to know that we do see the team somewhat split up quite fast. 1 or 2 members able to secure the vehicles, whereas ER Cubs in this case will have full control of Power Grid. And the nice thing about Power Grid is the fact that this is placed on top of one of the hills on a nice vantage point as well, and he spot out the parachute drop from most of the squad members. He's pretty comfortable with the idea that, okay, no one is going to be coming here anytime soon.
Well, it is Miramar. it's wide enough to expect that already. To assume another team coming into your compound is going to take at least two circles, two phases of the circle. But take a look at a
Mhm.
kill leader. It's Kiwa Tricks right now up on the leaderboards with a total so far performance at 21 kills, and Roy getting pushed down to the second spot. Who knew that Kiwa, a turtling team, will find their way on the top, topping it on the damage leaderboards as well?
That's true, but at the same time, I believe we from map number 1, we saw them doing a lot more. We've been seeing a lot more action actually coming from Kiwa from the last map as well. So something might have changed. You know, they could have been warmed up in this case here, or currently, you know, reach their peak, reach their peak, and feel really good about day number 2 at the moment here, because I think they're doing a really great job, and you know. So also coming from experience from both Trick and Mon, right? As they were both previously playing in the PUBG Global Championship as well. So that confidence experience just somewhat transisted towards this game itself. I'm really excited to see how well it goes.
Yeah, I mean, they're already looking like a different Kiwa than we saw on day number 1. Hope for them to keep this one up. However, there are good qualities in day number 1 that maybe if they implement it here, they will be unstoppable. And by that is their nature of playing the positions really, really well. We'll see. Right now, they're looking to make that rotation. First movers, talking about positions, they want to chop one up real soon before the rest of the squad comes. They're going to be close by from Monte Nuevo going up onto the El Pozo zone. I can't quite remember, but should there be a team right up there, then we might get ourselves into a first skirmish. So,
yeah, definitely for sure. Oh, I just saw a nice quick view of one of the members of Irohani Popetto Samurai. Vehicle not enough torque to get up that steep hill, unfortunately. I mean, it's not really a UAZ or whatever, or a truck. It's actually, I believe it's a Murado. It's known for his speed, but not for his power to scale those steep hills. You can do it, but you just probably have to find the right angle to do it, and I think he finally does. That's fine. Shampoo, on the other hand, for NRG or Nirvana Reaper Soldier Gaming here, also goes by his other name. You guys recognize him by Praxter or RKS Ngap. Fantastic player. He was previously playing as Lock You Up here. Ooh. He took
the shot. he was doubting himself. The guy was looting inside the box itself. You might as well give a warning shot so he doesn't take anything from it. You know,
that's true.
Starve out the economy from the other team, right?
That's true. But you know, it's that kind of thing where do you really want to try to reveal his location? But I think he just decided to take it, right? Because pretty sure Irohani Popetto Samurai at this point would be able to spot them on the other side of the mountain as well. So he said might as well take it. No other teams within the vicinity. Especially notice how NRG is playing with this 1 to 3 split. Or is it? Hold on, 1 to 3 more. Okay, maybe it might be a 2-2 split. So they're able to cover a lot more ground. You got that nice vantage point, but a lot of intel across the entire lower ground landscape here. So that's a really great intel for the team as how much trying to set things up. Evil's Happy Score, on the other hand, a little bit more quieter compared to what we were experiencing from the previous round. But you know, this phase 1 is still, I guess, it's still relatively early as well. And JFT, this time they're within the vicinity of the safety zone as well. So we're not going to see them like trying to converge to other different locations as well. They're pretty happy. We're pretty content with the compound they're in. Hopefully, to wait to see anyone decides to drive by.
Oh, gunshots from the outskirts here. Where might that be? I guess perhaps one call shooting towards the side of Pubg, who's trying to make a drive-by into the circle. They did slip through. So one call wasn't doing a great job trying to gatekeep someone out. But hey, well, he's got a clear shot. Goodbyes right there. I guess he realized that it's almost impossible to shoot down a moving vehicle in this game, and so decided to save that bullets instead. He's only got 100 in the, he's only got 100 clips in his backpack.
Well, I mean, it depends on how confident the player is, right? I mean, we saw it just now. Match 1, multiple vehicles, drive-by kills, right? You know, but you know, I'm not gonna say anything more. Say no more. But you know, regardless, one call didn't really have the most comfortable drop as they did drop within the same area as Key or Esports. They get pot shot a little bit, but they were able to find their bearings, get a couple of vehicles, start them with resources. Not a lot though, but enough to just get by at least. If there's any potential fight, it's going to be continue to ensue. They are playing around the edges here. I think they're pretty sure like, okay, a lot of teams probably would have secured the centralized area of the circle as well. So they are taking their time with this, playing around the edges as they take one step at a time into it. Hopefully, doesn't find anything to derail them from their current plan.
Talking about derailing, well, Axeman decided I'm going to create my own path, my own rails to victory. Xavier leads the pack, although on a one-man mission, to try to find their way through this entire dusty terrain. No one nearby. I guess Nexus he does spot out the member from Nexus itself. But X-Men, this is a team that's hot and cold, and sometimes they're very questionable, but at some games they're very convincing as well. So I really hope they somewhat solidify their groove, at least in this tournament, if they're ever going to have the hope towards hitting the APAC qualifiers.
True. I mean, it's not the full exact roster from the previous Master Series Phase 1, but then again, at the same time, Master Series Phase 1 was just mostly revolving around the Chinese Taipei countries as well. It wasn't so open out that was introducing along to the Philippines yet, as I said, until Master Series Phase 2 with the introduction of other countries as well. That's when we saw the challenges and where exactly the Savage Man Esports and even Pixel Stars at PMA where they currently stand.
Well, scopes out, looking at the compound, seems clear. Gives the green light for Upchen to maybe park them forwards, take one for themselves. Meanwhile, Decimate, I see 3. Where's the one more member from Decimate? Oh, Flood all the way back. So Power Grid is the location that they are currently inhabiting. Zen Esports is nearby, but that circle closes further towards the high hill of Crater Fields here. So we might get that exciting finish that we talked about last night.
Yeah, this is gonna be really interesting as well. But I got DCM. We do see inside the casual lurker of the team alongside with Monty. Always trying to get some intel from the other side. Although it's gonna be inside, it's gonna be the Lone Ranger. That it will come with its risks, of course. But I believe this is just one of those situations where the player is just confident enough to be able to hold his ground here. I think they just want to try to get as much intel as possible, especially around their surrounding areas. Like, what's it like at the edges here? Because it's currently Phase 2. A lot of teams most likely would have moved within the safety of the circle, or the safety zone as well. It looks like Swan's going to be able to find one and find Amped in the process with a beautiful headshot with a Mini 14. But of course,
but it's like Decimate Gaming. For it. Yeah, they're not going to let that slide, that's for sure. GCM quick, coming in clutch with the firepower to back up at the very least. Meanwhile, taking a look at another Oceania powerhouse here, Justice for Tomorrow. They just crashed into new location, but Pixel Stars saw the rotation in. Do they look to contest? Guess we'll find out. Right now, everyone's respecting the decisions. Feven with the Heaven does hear the rumbling engines coming out from the Happy Squad driving past by. That intel has been sent forward. He is playing the scout. Wonder where the rest of his members are, but Happy already shooting forward.
I think on the other hand, looks like Xavier was able to find a lone lurker here. Actually, not alone. He do have Kunya within the vicinity, but sadly, just doesn't really have the line of sight to best reinforce him down on the ground. Xavier spot the trajectory, primes his nade to try to retaliate back. Oliver was the first secure the priority of the kill points first, before they secure the ground, and with the fall of his teammate, Kunin decides to play the safer play, getting the vehicles at back. Whereas on the other side, Luna comes in with a stun grenade, but within the 1v1, he gets backstabbed from the back line by one call, and they will be able to get a nice kill for this.
Oh, that's a nice ditch too. To bury the body, it's already halfway down there. If they said 6 foot deep, well, this one's at least 3, so he's good. Half the battle has been won, and it immediately provided that cover for Snoopy. Yes.
I mean, it's also in the high ground. I don't think there's going to be any investigator going to be looking in those areas anytime soon, for sure. So it's a good place to hide a body.
Oh, whoa, whoa. I was going with the angle of giving him the peace and the final send-off, not to be dug out for investigation. Where you're headed, man.
I mean, out of sight, out of mind, right?
I was having a positive mental attitude, which is right now in front of our
Yeah.
screen. So, Leo going up against one call. It's booty popular. Might just come in with the backstab though if they don't be careful. But I'm sure they're aware of the positioning from these teams, seeing as though they're tossing nades across. That shows the sign that they are aware. For some of these members, they have to shoot down the eagle eyes that purchase from above. Fortunately for one call, they have another member from the far side, providing that overwatch, as you would call it.
hmm Slowly, Jervis. They did get the last info for the line, like where he was currently positioned and where he fell. So they just really want to secure the edge before they move in. They do have a vehicle on the other side, but they just want to make sure they got everything, all the corners and all the angles answered for here. So barely spots him. They will tank up the zone. Just phase 3. It doesn't do that much here, but it allows it to give them a little bit of an opportunity. But it seems they can't. It's one call spots up the attention here. But Leo was very quick to address and find Booty Popular here and nails him down to the ground. The rest of the member one call. Don't think they will be coming to go for the save. There is the defensive smoke here, but it's quite the distance here. Do they have enough smokes to make a smoke trail? I don't think they do, Keith, here. And of course, with PMA, like you said, perching on the high lands, it's gonna be quite the challenge to revive their lone their lockdown allies. And I think they decided to let him seal his fate there at that lone location here.
Yeah, I think PMA don't really necessarily have to, go down to cross, right? Because it's a bowl, it's a dish after all, and all bowls have rims, and they can just traverse the rims as they're doing it right now. Consider it the spine of the hills, and they've got cars too, so nothing too worrisome about. They're not pressed for time, but they did get out just in time, though. I think because Zen Esports is now in the area. I'm sure that car is going to make the rumble itself. And so, do they look to capitalize this? Zen cannot seem to drive as well as he has hoped, and, well, might get shot down in the process. But thankfully for the game's physics, that's not going to happen.
70% of the time. Well, of course, with Zen drawing past by, they should be able to get to the side just as safely. Same goes to the rest of the member PMA. It's unfortunate they did lose one of the members, but they trade 1 for 1. Probably had to be somewhat satisfied with this, but I do like the idea what MP is trying to go for. So instead of going straight to the circle, there's still a little bit of time, but they just want to check on the other end, during the edge of the circle, so see if anyone is trying to gatekeep them at the side. They did spot the remaining members on one call trying to get over, but not too focused on shutting them down. But DCM, we might see a fight, and it's gonna be with KB.
Ooh, immediately gets one shot, gets another. KB gets traded 2 members down, and this is why they played a little bit slower, because they're up against Sharks, and Decimate Gaming is decimating these members one after another. Left 2 more to play, and I think they might just let Art God play the slow game again to be that lone survivor, as that compound is as good as DCM's.
Again, from match 1, KB is left with the last remaining member here, just like the previous match. The only difference was the remaining top 4 squads here, but this time DCM, they intend to not repeat exactly what happened to them in match number 1. They got definitely a better positioning as well. They got the high lands. Now it's just all about securing it. They know they got the vantage point, but just need the intel here. And I love how the spread is coming in, right? Keep not too far from each other here, still sticking quite close by in case of anything were to happen. Because the worst thing that can really happen right now, right, just for any squad in particular, if anyone, you have this one lurker that's trying to get intel, he gets knocked out from a really far distance here. It's pretty difficult to actually pick up that lone ally.
Talking about lonely, I guess that person has got no love, and that is that member of KB, Art God. But justice for tomorrow. Right now, going up against Pixel Stars, fighting for that compound, and they are losing members as Pixel Stars just overwhelm their members here. Dusky and Shoe Horse is left. Can they look to get something out of this one? It seems like a gone case for me. But they will try. It seems they don't want to play the game with 2 members alone, where Dusky is taking too much ballistics. Already inside the smoke, inching closer. They might just graze each other's nose here on his left-hand side. They did see each other.
No, they didn't
This
see it.
might be one of the most closest call if I've ever seen one. He goes in with the spray, will at least get 1 member down, cripple the enemy team, and it's looking sour for them. JFT turning this one around. Pixel Stars eliminated. 2 members for JFT just create the biggest upset thanks to third party as well.
Oh, they thought they had the money in the bag. They were 1 foot out. Pixel Star felt like they were 1 foot out the door, but JFT just literally slammed it right back in their faces. I love how the positioning being set up by JFT members, right? How they reposition themselves to set up somewhat of a crossfire in that CQC's environment as well. Especially when it comes to the FPS players, right? You tend to react, especially when you hear the gunfire audio cue being popped up as well. So they just constantly just getting pinball between such a compact area, really playing in the hands of JFT here. Really well done coming from both Dusky and Shoehorse.
Oh, that I mean, really. They're up there with Roy Esports already. Meanwhile, Shampoo gets knocked down by the X-Men themselves, picking up 2 so far for this Malaysian squad. But DCM looking like an absolute beast. 5 kills to the name. 4 more manpower still left alive. So they're looking real healthy. They might have to shoot against the likes of JFT. Their own Oceania members. JFT is eliminated. But they've already impressed us enough. They can go to the lobby happy knowing that they've maximized whatever opportunities they've had.
That is true, but then again, DSM's confrontation against Roy Esports is drawing quite the attention to a lot of these members here. And our god, he's still pretty comfortable in the shack here, but I think M spotted him out as he tried to do a jump pick here. Throws a nade, could be a knock, but ooh, barely hits the window rims here. Will bounce out. Molly singles of the day. No successes here. Not everyone's able to find the ace in the hole here. But our god, being defensive, and throws the stuns, throws the smokes here to see if they can try to get back to safety here. This will be possibly the longest smoke trail by 1 man alone. But DCM, they have no time to continue on the chase on our god. They know Roy Esports, full squad. That's the bigger danger. That's the greater danger within the vicinity here. And as usual, you know DCM. They love to cover their grounds here. They're trying to secure as Kunyan tries to go for the flank.
Kunyan with the backstab gets them from the flank side. He just inches closely. Art God, despite not being active inside these fights, he was a diversion long enough for Roy Esports to make that sort of rotation play. DCM finds himself 3 members down, leaving 1 left. It's just the lonely Monty to try and hold this out for dear life. My god, Roy Esports doing it once again. Their first kill of the game, though.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate as well because like they couldn't have the full squad to focus on Roy Esports because you needed to have Monty to keep an eagle eye view on Nexus, which is also within the vicinity as well. They were not too far apart either as well. So it's just gonna be there to just try to give the next amount of intel. He got the fate, but then what a flank coming from Kunyan here. What a play, really, to get him from the sidelines. But of course, with that being said, Roy Esports will be the team to be removed from play, as Monty will be the one to seal their fate, to avenge his fallen allies. But of course, it is now his turn to be the Lone Ranger. Whoa, where did he get shot from? Actually, was it for the courtesy of Happy Squad here? I'm very curious about this one. But what a shot. Almost got the knock too. But Nexus will still hold their ground on this stronghold they have somewhat set for themselves out on this very small compound. Monty tries to close the distance here with the smoke trails here. He gets spotted out from the corner of the smoke, gets tagged out. Nate looks great as he lands right between the legs here, knocking out Light. And now Prince and the rest of the members of Nexus here goes in full defense mode here because they have a lurker within their midst here, a very dangerous lurker here. Sure, he's 1 man. And it feels like it's asking a lot for 1 lone player to try to make the play here, but still, it's Monty. And you can't count him out just yet until he's down on the ground.
Monty, I mean, it's all worth it already. He's wiped out the likes of Roy Esports to avenge his ally. Honestly, if he goes down right now, he's done enough work, but it seems like he may be able to get more. Already knocking light on his knees. Surely he understands that they're going in with the revive. He has to capitalize on this situation, but will be punished in the process. However, well worth it for DCM. Inching close to that 100 points in total. 99, just shy off by one, but perhaps placement points might get him there. Meanwhile, Kiwa going up against Pubg. They spot CJ up on the high ground, will take him down, shut him in the knees, they said. The likes of Kiwa right now tries to push him forward, but they have to be absolutely careful as they are not alone within this compound. Behind them, the Happy Squad remains vigilant. And now Man tries to toss on forward. They see nades flying across, exchanging discourtesies. More smokes being drawn out. Can they get a clear shot here? Can they get one more knock before making the absolute push? Trick shoots a fire, makes it forward, and maybe shoot more cover fire in between. It's the dance of warfare, and it seems like it might hold it for a stalemate, at least until Happy's got something to say about it.
It's a real waltz of death, as one could say here. But the nades looks great. They do have the advantage of the high ground as well. So those nades will, thanks to physics and gravity, those nades will naturally just roll down perfectly for them if they just get the right trajectory for it as well. But of course, Pubg, they do still have the comparability of the compound covers here. Wenbo will be able to find his mark on Crazy 9 on the other side here. But Kiwa Esports, they're slowly gaining control as they get one step closer towards the compound that Pubg is currently residing in here. They are still, of course, while keeping their heads down here, they're also trying to keep them at bay as they slowly close in the gaps here. But of course, thankfully, Happy Squad's on the other side of the mountain here. We do see Chibrit try to keep them at bay, and I think Trick just decided, you know what, it's possible. Those are really strong marksmanship, great fraggers. I'm coming in to give a little bit of assistance here, as I believe they did spot Arjun's bot trying to lurk to the sideline for that flank here. Couple of tags, and I think Pubg decides to leave the compound here as the blue zone will somewhat force them out here. But finally, Nexus on the other side will be removed, courtesy of Love Esports Hachi here. And now Savage Man Esports trying to play around, not really a hut, a really small house of themselves here, but it's a 1v2. It's even Patrick. And slowly being forced out by nades. Beautiful nades being set up by Savage Man Esports.
Savage Man finally gets that knocked right there. Oh, it was a nade that took him out. So Lucky J can consider him lucky, I guess. The two duo now tries to traverse forward in the cover of this four-wheeled death coffin. With only 4 HP, the driver will bow out, and along with it, his entire passengers by the top 4 teams, Kiwa, Pubg, and Happy and Love, in this remaining few circles left alive.
Great shot coming from Tencho as well, getting the knock while it was within the vehicle as well. Didn't really pick up enough speed in time, I guess. But, you know, eventually, still a great knock regardless. Right out in the open here. Pubg coming in to seal the deal. The blood's in the water and the sharks are coming in. They do manage to get the revive here from coming from the side here. Happy Squad, but they are a man short here. But, of course, their experiences and skill sets makes up so much for the difference with losing that one man as they go toe-to-toe with Pubg. CJ trying to find the distance here, but at the same time spots Kiwa Esports from the sideline, gets a nice tag, not enough for a knock, but hopefully that scares away the members of Kiwa Esports to try to divert away their focus. But Hachi third-partying on Weimeng before he actually got to the compound to safety here, and now one of the members knocked down and entirely momentum slowed down as well.
I like how you call Pubg sharks. They're really merely just guppy. Only 1 kill so far, and they think they can push into the likes of Happy Squad. Get eaten in this vast ocean here. Happy comes in clean, and thanks to the parasite that is Hachi, takes down 2 members already from the back lines, leaving Pubg with only 1 member in that compound. Happy would be happy to find that it's only 1 players to be worried of in the end of the day. Meanwhile, Kiwa again coming in with that consistency. They got 10 kills previously, not so much of a placement point. They have fine-tuned their mistakes. They're coming in with 7 kills and looking like to get a much better placement overall. Looking to top that 99 points real soon, at least in the next 2 games, if this one is a green, if this one goes their way.
I love how they're spread out as well, right? You're able to cover so much grounds, and the best part about it is it's so open area. So if anyone wants to try to pick at another ally for either the left or right side, somewhere in the middle, everyone's able to reconvene and just constantly try to keep them in place here with just the mid-range gun battles here. However, we are somewhat down Kiwa, relatively the full. I guess you could say in a way the more healthier squad here for the full 4 men here. Circle goes somewhere towards the central lines, does force some of the members off the high ground. There's still a little bit of high ground for them to play. I'm not sure what's currently the state of their current location. Is it enough covered? Although the map dictates it's still within the high ground, but is there enough cover for them to play off with here? Happy squad. 2 members remain, both RG Boss and 10 Trip. So unfortunately, they do not have EA or Evil Patrick with them. But of course, I still can bet my money on Argent Bots to pull off the most craziest of spray lines.
Spray lines, hairlines, whichever that may be. This game right now is getting tense with this stalemate. Not many teams would want to try and make the first move, as that would open them to mistakes. And Kiwa deciding we have to play the aggressors. It's the late phase of the game. We can risk it a little bit. Pushing into the compounds in which Happy 10 Trip resides. His one-man army. Not enough to pretty much hold the entire force from Kiwa. Chibrit will go in with the killing blow, and this entire compound, this mini compound, it will be held up by the likes of Kiwa. Meanwhile, Happy gets a revenge onto Hachi's side here, so at least they get some more points despite the position they're in. Any more points from here on out is going to be welcomed. Well, he might just get more. Open the door. Surely he's heard that one. Tossed in the nade, gets flashbang, runs to the corner of the room. He's just spraying in panic right here. But Kiwa from the outside will be spraying through that window. So Pubg don't find himself safe in any situations. And Argent Bots, all he needs to do is push on up. But it's, of course, a risky endeavor as it's a 1v1 situation. That flame will hold him in place, at least for the time being.
He's trying to heal up as much as he can. He literally got singed slightly from the Molotov here. Barely got out with a single-digit HP, but that's totally fine. But that's just pretty much the last of all his first aid kit. He has 1 bandage alone compared to Trick. Pretty well stocked here for himself. He doesn't mind. He can sustain for a long, drawn-out battle of attrition here. But Argent Bots trying to play for the sideline. He tried to swing for the back of the houses, but just constantly gets denied by Trick. What a positioning coming in for Kiwa East, but they literally box them in, choking them out of options here, and not very ideal option regardless either way. Rudavin.
Oh, he did not see that one.
For the sideline, unfortunate here, but Kiwa Esports will secure chicken dinner in match number 2.
Man, that ending right there, a little bit anticlimactic. He went on his feet, but because of the first-person view, he can't quite see through the barrel of his gun. Gets shot down in place from the side of the window. But hey, Kiwa, man, doing absolute work here. I didn't check the score on the kill, how many kills they've gotten this game alone, but last I did, it was about 7. Surely after picking up those numbers, they should hit the Big 10 and a winner chicken dinner. Now this team right there, ready to take over the spot for Decimate. If Decimate doesn't pull through, comes game number 3.
Regardless, other than that, still well done for Kiwa Esports here. Definitely can see that they are tip-top shape for day number 2. And I can tell you this, the members of Kiwa Esports feeling absolutely livid. But it's not just Kiwa Esports that's currently stepping up today. We also started seeing a lot more vigor coming from both Roy Esports and even Happy Squad, which was very different from what we were experiencing yesterday as well. PMA, still, there's also, like you mentioned before, little problem in trying to maintain that consistency here. But I'd like to see how they actually fare towards the map of Erangel, because I believe that's where we started seeing them really popped off, except for match number 2, which was really unfortunate. They bowed out. They were one of the first squad to bow out relatively early, but JFT, what a way to set up the crossfire as they literally play pinball between members of Pixel Star as they do these picks back and forth. They picked at the same time here, causing confusion and chaos for Pixel Stars within the compound itself here. But sadly, JFT, despite their phenomenal performances as a 2-man, DCM was the one that seals their fate, but Kunyin definitely threw a wrench in the plans of DCM here, but Monty was very quick to avenge his fallen allies.
Yeah, Monty doing absolute work here. 9 kills for DCM despite going out that early. I think you can't get mad about that. Especially when you're playing with only 1 member's left alive against the entire squadron of Roy Esports, turning that tide towards an opportunity, pretty much. X-Men has been snoozed on, at least for the first 2 games. They haven't been pretty fortunate in most of their rotation, but I guess that's all part of the game. And again, X-Men, I've not seen their prowess in handling their weaponry, their marksmanship just yet in this game, but hopefully things turned around when we go on to a game 3 and onwards with Rondo, Tego, and the final Erangel for the day. Now that anticlimactic ending right there from the foot, you get stubbed on the toe, as they might say.
He was ready to go down swing. ADS all set as well. He was like, you know, if I'm going down with a fight. But sadly, like you said as well, no fight needed. Just barely missed him. Just by a little, I guess a couple of pixels, barely missed him as he turns the quick corner here. But, you know, regardless, honestly, our first 2 match was so chaotic. It was literally jam-packed, very, very different from day number 1, especially for some of the team performances as well. I'm really happy for it. I'm really excited for it as well. Definitely brings a lot more challenges for some of the teams, especially those teams who get a little bit too comfortable in the top spots. If you feel like I guess you could say it's a little reminder to them. It's like, hey, don't enjoy that top spot for too long. Everyone is going to be stepping out since it is day 2 of the grand finals of the Master Series 1.
Yeah, and credits to DCM, right? Like they're not. It's not like they're not doing well. They're still quite consistent.
9 kills.
9 kills. That's
9 kills.
No joke. There's no easy feat to do. But maybe the placement thing. It's unfortunate that Kiwa is the team who's, I guess you could say, even the more consistent, if not improved from yesterday itself. Yesterday, They get great placements because it's Kiwa, right? Sure, they get group positioning. They know how to rotate around the map. Today, somehow they know how to take fights too, and they do it well so convincingly. So they have stepped up. DCM's maintaining their performance, still doing well, but I think in no time, surefire, the difference between Kiwa and DCM is only about a shy of 10 points.
Yeah, but of course, with that being said, let's quickly bring up the top 4 teams here from match number 8 on the map on our last Marama match for day number 2 here. Of course, stat-wise, pretty crazy. I mean, it's expected from Happy. I think they had 2,000 plus, right, initially from the first map itself.
2009.
Still maintaining that 2009. Wow. Okay. And you said that I was said to add on a couple more kills, huh?
But you said it, man. I was happy with their performance in the map number 1. But yes, go on with your train of thoughts.
Well, you said 3K. You know, it could have gotten that 3K, right? But of course, you know, regardless, phenomenal performance. Happy, very consistent for these past 2 matches as well. Although, sadly, couldn't get that back-to-back chicken dinner. That probably would be a great start, a really more momentum boost or morale boost for the squad for sure as they start things off for day number 2. But hey, you get chicken dinner on the first map, second place in the second map. I think that's like a really great boost in morale as it is. Yeah, Kiwa, great performances, a great improvement already. Yesterday, a lot more aggression. That's fantastic. Decimate, let's be honest, as we said many times, so consistent. Even though couldn't get to that top 4, but still ensured that they left that round with a decent amount of points for themselves. It's a very insane feat to get 9 to 10 kills in almost in every match they were playing so far.
Yeah, I mean, Decimate, it's just an unfortunate situation, right? The way they lost was due to a flank side, which they didn't anticipate. I can guarantee if it wasn't for the way they lost today, I mean, in this map, they would have at least finished top 3 in this match alone. But of course, don't want to steal the limelight from Kiwa itself.
Thunder,
9 kills. Yeah, so I was a bit I inflated the numbers a little bit. I thought they would hit the final 10 kills, but I guess shy for 1 kill itself. It's not gonna make too much of a difference because they're still at number 1 here. 19 total points, Happy and 15, Decimate coming in at 10. And you're looking at a team that went out way too fast. way too fast and still here up in the third spot in terms of total points accumulated in this one game.
Oh yeah, just a kill alone. That's it.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, you see Love also was able to somewhat equalize the score. I guess in a way, they're more balanced when it comes to ensuring that they have at least. It's it's kind of thing where the turtle wins the race, that kind of thing. Slowly but surely, they are getting there, and that's how they've been currently at the moment maintaining that top 6. Actually, no question. Match number 1, I believe they were knocked into 7th place. But with this currently a new additional amount of points, I'm very curious to see where they currently stand. Did they manage to get back to that top 6, or are they still going to be in that 7th place? I guess we'll find out now in this total leaderboard here. And it looks like Love Esports will still retain that 7th spot here. Not much change really, except in terms of the total scores here. Wait, actually no. Roy Esports will be dropping down to 4th place, while Happy will take that 3rd spot for themselves.
Happy squad, gonna have to be happy about this. They, in game number 1, they rose up 3 ranks, and now competing in the top 3 position, right? Kiwa as well, only a few points away from DCM, so already the top spot, it doesn't look very secure for the likes of the top 3 day oneers. Coming in day 2, competition has gone up by a notch or tenfolds. I think that some of these teams will have to try and do something better to compete with the ever-rising abilities for some of these teams, especially with the rest of the maps that they have. 4 more games to play today. I believe the next one's going to be Rondo, and then Tego, and a double Erangel. So I'm excited for that. Real excited for that. But first, we will go into a break first, all right? And the 2 games was very, very intense, so we need to rest and recuperate just a short while. My name is Keith. This is Leonard YOLO Lee. We'll see you with the next game in just about a jiffy.
A new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Barado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here, so grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. 펍지 IP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해 드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 PNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기도 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 총괄 이민호입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 25년 로드맵을 업데이트된 내용과 함께 다시 한번 전해드리겠습니다. 로드2 PGC의 구조는 기본적으로 2025년에도 동일하게 유지됩니다. 3월 글로벌 대회 진출권과 PGC 포인트를 획득할 수 있는 지역 리그를 시작으로 4월과 5월, 10월과 11월에는 4번의 펍지 글로벌 시리즈가 개최됩니다. 또한 6월에는 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 펍지 네이션스컵이 개최될 예정이며 12월 최고의 팀을 가리기 위해 펍지 글로벌 챔피언십으로 대단원의 막을 내리게 됩니다. 뿐만 아니라 내년 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 열리는 e스포츠 월드컵 EWC에 2년 연속 배틀그라운드가 공식 종목으로 참가하게 됩니다. 내년에도 최상급의 프로 선수들과 팬들이 함께 써내려갈 스토리에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 지역 리그는 물론 글로벌 이벤트까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
25년도에 맞이할 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 변화도 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 3인칭 대회 펍지 플레이오프 투어가 신설됩니다. 펍지 플레이오프 투어는 스크림, 컵, 마스터즈 총 3단계의 토너먼트로 나뉘며 모두 3인칭으로 경기가 운영됩니다. 스크림은 상시 운영되며 배틀그라운드 유저라면 누구나 참여하실 수 있습니다. 스크림에서 상위 성적을 거두는 팀들은 주 1회 진행하는 컵으로 진출하게 되며 컵의 승리팀들은 최종 관문이 될 마스터즈로 향하게 됩니다. 또한 마스터즈는 공식 채널에서 생중계로 시청하실 수 있습니다. 지난 몇 해 동안 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 라이브 서비스와 조화를 이루기 위해 꾸준히 노력해왔으며 그 첫 번째 과제는 경쟁전과의 일치화였습니다. 이제는 한 걸음 더 나아가 보는 게임과 하는 게임의 간극을 더욱 좁히고자 하며 그 시도가 바로 펍지 플레이오프 투어입니다. 기존의 프로 선수들 그리고 유저의 다수를 차지하고 있는 3인칭 플레이어들과 함께 3인칭 배틀그라운드 e스포츠로의 가능성을 보고자 하고 팬들에게 최상의 게임 플레이 경험과 플레이 팁을 드릴 수 있길 기대하고 있으니 새로운 도전에 대한 많은 관심과 응원을 부탁드리겠습니다.
배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 2025년이 그 어느 해보다 더 기억에 남을 1년이 될 수 있도록 다양한 계획을 준비하고 검토 중에 있습니다. 게임 내 주요 브랜드 및 아티스트 콜라보와 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 이벤트와의 연계성을 강화하고 게임 내에서 좀 더 다양한 서비스를 선보여 팬분들이 느끼실 수 있는 즐거움을 한층 더 높이고자 합니다.
앞으로도 팬 여러분과 선수들의 목소리에 귀 기울이고 소통하며 최상의 컨텐츠 경험을 제공해드리기 위해 노력하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Esports Master Series Phase 1 Grand Finals. It's day 2 of the Grand Finals and it's time to once more to deliver you guys the greatest PUBG action that we all have to offer. And I can tell that you all will be pleased with what we have in store for you guys because the teams have finally stepped up and we're finally seeing great change among the top 16 teams here in the tournament here. I'm Leonard, alongside me with Keith, and we're both very happy to bring you guys all the greatest PUBG action.
Yeah, but first and foremost, can we talk about how Kiwa is just like knocking us out of the park right now? Like, what happened to this team? Day one, we were talking about how slow they play. That we're looking at a team who finished a chicken dinner on, I think, Rondo Otego with only 349 damage. Here they are averaging at about 10 damage, 10 kills. Actually, 10 damage would have been pathetic, but 10 kills in the maps so far, in both maps here in Miramar. That's crazy. Now going into Rondo, another widespread map, a huge, one of the hugest out of the lineup here, and we're looking forward to see how much more aggressive can they be as QY Esports.
No, it's totally understandable, right? Because I think, especially after day number 1, we're currently going to day number 2 of the grand finals. This is pretty much the day where you somewhat like solidify your current positioning or where you actually stand among the teams as well. And I think this is also the kind of day, the time of day 2 where teams starts to not be shy about trying to rack up as much points as possible. Sure, we are still seeing several teams still playing a little bit more slower than others, a little bit more cautious, a little bit more, I guess, I dare say, passive compared to some of the more aggressive teams that we have in the scene. Or Sienna, I'm currently looking at you guys, and Roy Esports, of course. But at the same time, I'm loving the more bursts of vigor coming from some of the teams. Happy Squad is looking to step things up. Kiwa Esports, they're currently in tip-top shape at the current moment as well. And Happy Squad getting to that rank 3 compared to their previous ranking from the accumulated score lines from day number 1 is a massive significant performance as well.
Yeah, Happy Squad, in case you guys didn't know, from day 1 to I mean, actually, in just the span of 2 games, they've moved up 5 placings. From not even part of the top 6, right now you're smack dab in the center here in the number 3 position, and it looks like if they keep doing this within the lobby, there's no doubt they might even just take over the top spot itself. Right now, Decimate has got 99 total points, 1 point shy away from the big 100. Kiwa in 88, Happy at 79, beating the likes of Roy Esports, who has been nothing less than phenomenal yesterday itself. But I guess no longer shall we dwell in the past. We will look forward to the future, and we will continue to pretty much accept all these new changes here in day number 2. It is Rondo here in the Phase 1 Grand Finals. Pubg Mobile, Pubg, actually, Master Series. Different game. I'm so sorry about that one, dude.
Yeah, but you know, Rondo is, although correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, has it been already a year or less than that since Rondo's been released as well? It's definitely not one of those, although it's one of the largest maps as well, but it's not one of those casual maps like what all these players has been going through, right? They have played Erangel, Marama so many times. It's pretty much etched into their muscle memory at this point, right? However, Rondo, relatively still, I guess you could say, a more recent map. I think some of the teams, especially trying to adjust or at least try to incorporate it inside in memory alone here, because let's be honest, this map, there is a lot the play style, depending on where you're currently positioning in terms of the circle, the landscape can drastically change, and the play style also changes in suit as well to adjust.
I mean, adjusting is the theme of the game today, right? We've seen how even the likes of KB decides to play a little bit slower than they did in day number 1. At least understanding that maybe in terms of the marksmanship skills, they don't go up to par. But look at that, talking about making adjustments. That circle all the way to Hao Tin or Jiao Tin, however you pronounce it. Maybe you're part Korean, you can tell me how it's actually pronounced, right? But I'm calling it Jiao Tin until you correct me otherwise. So already from the get-go, the teams will already have to make fast adjustment and real quick.
Yeah, I mean, definitely sure. But of course, Kiwa, again, blessed with quite the circle. I mean, even from the Sagama Marama, sure, it wasn't in the central part of the circle, but they were still within the vicinity at the edge of the circle. So Kiwa was it's been pretty a good time for them, actually. I think they were pretty satisfied with it. Like, okay, guys, no need to rush. Just probably had to secure a vehicle. No one landed within our vicinity as well. We get a free real estate for ourselves here. But, you know, Keith, speaking of free real estate, we did see the circle and potentially where it was going to go. Barely any. Sure, there was a couple of towns here and there, but it's a lot of mountain ranges, right? I could be wrong. May not be mountain ranges. Could be just large hills, but it'll be multiple large hills within that vicinity. Barely any flat lands. I think the team will somewhat be able to deduce at the fact that, okay, we most likely some team might still want to try to play around the edges like how they usually play around the Wrangle. But I think at the same time, some might make the bold decision, to just go straight to those highlands one step at a time here.
You're really snoozing on my question, eh? So how is it being pronounced? Is it Jiao Tin or Hao Tin? What is it, man?
First things first, I'm gonna say that's a terrible stereotyping. But I think it'll be Jiao Tin, yeah, Jiao Tin. You know, I need to see the spelling again. I missed the spelling.
It's JAO space TIN.
Oh yeah, Jiao Tin, yeah.
Okay, so Jiao Tin. Okay, we're aligned. We're headed to Jiao Tin.
Totally not stereotyping, you know, Keith. Totally not stereotyping.
What am I stereotyping? I'm trying to find out the proper way to pronounce it, and I don't see what's so stereotypical about that. Eh?
No, you literally say, "Oh, because you're half Korean, you have to know, right?" And so, of course, I'm calling it out stereotyping.
So, did you not like learn a little bit of Korean on how to pronounce the stuff?
It's just mostly just self-learning, really. Dad's been mostly busy. My mom was basically in Malaysia. I mean, we're both stationed in Malaysia, so not a lot of Korean friends to really practice around with. I think my Mandarin is a lot more better than my Mandarin, and my Bahasa Malay is definitely a lot more better than my Korean. That's a fact.
Okay, then we'll just allow is Jiao Tin. Yeah, I like that.
But you know, everyone looking exceptionally well today. I actually love the player cam, right? You know, sometimes, especially when you get to see them like just not to say stressing out. I think it's just more like you can definitely feel they're in the zone and in the mood for sure. So it's really great to see.
Oh, X-Men should be stressed out. I mean, if I may continue my thoughts, right? I think X-Men.
Yeah, go ahead.
Huge expectations of them, right? Semifinals during the qualifying rounds, they topped it, right? Number one in the group A itself, or on their own respective groups. However, it comes in day number one itself, it seems like they might have problems in trying to clip people with their gun, and they're always getting outgunned, even though they have you would say the first mover advantage, right? So, and we've seen it today again. They tried to crash onto the compounds of Roy Esports in Miramar, trying to take it down, but immediately it was an easy team wipe going against them. And so, if I were them, I'd feel pretty stressed out, because clearly our engagements haven't been working for the past few times. And Savior, our one whole Savior is gone. But you know what? We got you. G-Coin up on the screen right now. Get the
there
code.
it is.
Redeem it while it's here. Don't waste any time further. You know, Savior's gone, but we'll save you some rewards. It's called G-Coin.
Oh yeah, don't waste any time, guys. Don't worry, it's phase one of the circle. There's no action that's happening except that last pick, that first blood being drawn here by courtesy of TD picking out Savior here. Okay, you know, it's too late. G-Coin's gone. I hope you guys were quick enough, got the phones out. Maybe, you know, did a quick screenshot so you can actually type in the code in time. Not sure. Actually, honestly, I'm not sure how it works. Would it actually expire if they don't really key in that actual moment in time? Not too sure about this one, but you know, those who got it, that's great. Those who didn't, well, there's always gonna be a second. I believe there should be a second one coming out later on, hopefully.
There's another one later on in this game at phase number 3. Yeah. And when it comes to phase number 3, I'll say, there's another one at phase 6. You know, keep watching the game.
I love how I was thinking for a second. I was like, whoa, what? Since when, Keith, you became an oracle, man? Such foresight. I even didn't know that. When did the production give me that info?
That's called managing your viewers. You know, you gotta keep giving them that.
No, that's not right, man. It's not. You gotta give the truth. You gotta lay down the truth. That's
The
right.
truth is, we don't know when it's coming out. You know, that's the truth. That's the cool hard truth.
It's
right?
sometime during the live stream. Yeah, sometime within the live stream. That was the first one so far throughout the entire day. I think that's great. You know, I also didn't expect it to drop at that exact moment, but I think it's a perfect timing to drop. Right. I think yesterday we had the event code drop during a mid-fight at phase 6. Yeah, final game. Yeah. So it's like mid-fight. So it's like very hard to like just juggle between the two. It's like code's important, but the fight is also important. But regardless, all the shenanigans. I think it's been honestly, Keith. It's been a great time for me. Like we're like halfway through day number 2. Day 1 was great. Day 2 was completely blowing my mind in terms of change of performances for some of the teams. So although there was not much difference or change in some of the other teams, but we did see a couple of teams stepping up, and then I think that's really fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the day is still young here for day number 2, so maybe it'll change your mind later on. But one thing's for sure, you can keep a positive mental attitude. I'm not sure if I'm reading this right. It's either he's talking to the mic or he's eating something, and that feels really good. If you guys were one of you viewers, if you're fasting and you've broken your fast. I hope you get a great one to fill your bellies with while you watch this show. But look at that. From above, we've got members from Pixel Stars being shooting stars crashing down into this compound, but they might get held back as the rest of NRG shares this area.
Oh no, Larry's not really taking the grand view of the sky. He was just currently within the width of his vehicle to actually get to relocate to a different location here. So I guess in a way, we did see a couple of pot shots on some of the members of Pixel Stars as they dive down from their nice skydive Fiesta. But so far everyone will be able to get off pretty fine, pretty safely. Shampoo did get tagged a little bit from the distance there. I believe it was courtesy of a PMA. Actually, it may not be PMA. It might be from a different team from another angle. I could be wrong. Could be Pixel Stars. Yeah, it actually could be Pixel Stars that actually tagged it from the back line here on Shampoo initially. But NRG got a really nice vantage spot. They got a good view on both PMA, Pixel Stars, and even Kiwa Squad as well. But eventually they will have to really. Actually, they may not. Actually, yeah, they don't really have to really look at themselves. They probably just have to. I guess you can say fortify their current location here. It's not exactly safe entirely, but it gives a decent amount of ground for anyone that was trying to approach them from the lower ground here, at least.
Oh, but that circle definitely does fortify their belief, affirms their decision right here. Still well within it. Sure, it's still a big circle. That's only like the phase 2 itself. It's going to draw in closer, but at least positioning yourself by the bay or by the edge of the river here, there's one less area to worry about. No one's coming you from the backside, for sure. It's just water. Everyone else is coming in from either the north, south, or the eastern side. So I think one less headache to worry about. Maybe that could be the strategy or the mindset that they're going in. But we'll see. In the end of the day, we're always hit with curveball, especially like DCM earlier on when Roy Esports come in from the flank side. So that sort of thing still does happen. We try to control things as much as we can, but it is a battle royale after all. It's PUBG.
Which comes back to what I was telling you about, right, just now regarding the proficiency on playing on the map of Rondo, right? It's definitely different when you're playing compared to the map of Erangel or Marama. But so close, a little bit more tags. But he got the damage though. Can he get it from that distance? Nah, it's but good attempt coming from Monty. But yeah, it's Keith, like I was saying, right? So it's in terms of proficiency, whether Erangel and Marama, teams played that like for years now. Multiple times on the grandest of stage here. So everyone's somewhat accustomed to it. It becomes muscle memory, right? Whereas for Rondo, a lot more of a recent map here. Not to say that they never practice it. I'm pretty sure they practice it like crazy, right? But I think it's a little bit of a different story, like when you are doing your scrims, practice matches, or rehearsals, etc. The question that tends to rise when, especially for the players in the motion. And speaking of the motion, there it is, Mal Rush catching 10 trip before he gets to the compound itself. Now they know NRG has the compound pretty nice and set up here, and he trying to make waves, gets it from the back of the backside here, but instantly gets retaliated back by Larry. Arjun Boss a bit too far to save his lone teammate. I think sadly Happy Squad will be the lone pack member left.
San Esports maybe trying to retaliate on the Nexus as well, but again, almost impossible to shoot someone out of it. He even gets out of the car to shoot back. That's how maybe if he stayed within it, he could have saved himself a little bit. But yeah, Zen Esports up against Nexus, still not done just yet. He spots another member within that minivan. Meanwhile, DCM having skirms of their own someplace else of the map. Shoots a grenade forward. It didn't clip onto anyone. Will find coverage behind a bark of the tree. But let's see how they play this one out, because Nicel, he is up against an entire squad. The rest of the members of Zen will try and come in with the rotation backup. Zhuan in his car will try and inch towards the flank side. So this could be a repeat on what DCM had earlier on today. More smokes deployed, I presume. Oh, Light gets the flank side covered. Actually, there was wall hold within the stalemate for the longest of time. But they are fighting on a high ground here, Zen Esports, which means he who wins this match gets to pretty much shoots down onto Pixel Stars. But that circle may be making it unnecessary at this point. Nexus might look to leave this place because there's no reward in this. There's just absolutely no reward, and immediately you can see that. Everyone's just making a quick, great escape.
You know, you're definitely correct. There's just no. I'm sure if they can like waste resources, get a knock or get a kill out of it. Of course, that's always great, right? But like, you're not really in the most ideal spot. But I guess these two teams, Nexus and both Zen Esports, the reason why they had this clash in the first place or this conflict is because they are trying to fight for control of this highland here. And looks like blood will be drawn, but it'll be both traded back because Roy Esports will be third party from the back line here. Ewe pushes forward, doesn't find any success, and Nexus will be the team to lose out this fight here. And Zen Esports will come up on top, of course, courtesy of Roy Esports laying down that additional suppressive fire from the other side of the map here.
That's a very questionable move from Nexus. I figured they were about to get out of there because I get it with the initial circle. It looked like if you take over the highlands itself, there's a huge chance you're going to have a huge advantage. But after that circle update, there was literally no reason to be there. And that team that just drove in, NRG, is even the more questionable to be driving further out away from the circle and into this area. And so I guess they will pay the price and send it the way of Zen Esports himself.
Kiwi, was because of the angles of the hill as well, from the direction they were coming from as well. They could never in their wildest dream would have expected Zen Esports actually to be there until they actually got behind the hill itself here. So just one of those unfortunate information, especially a lack of intel as well here. But you know, Roy Esports, we did see Deprot manage to realign with the rest of the squad. Oh my god, get away from the blue. You know, we don't get to see this often, right? Like falling debris, you know. Coming in.
Whoever's the master of these games, they're intentionally destroying your vehicles and covers. They're like
they know what the player wants. They know the destruction that the player seeks, you know? The amount of trolls you could be doing. But of course, with that being said, Zen Esports, they do managed to secure the Battle of the Hill here for at least the ages of their own here. And of course, with the consolation prize, they got two squads worth of kill points on their hands. But they are going to be running between the lines of sight of DCM and JFT. And the circle will once again benefit Kiwa Esports? 3 maps in a row? Wow, okay, that's cool. I mean, there was a chance it could have gone either way. They were pretty centralized on the map, but still, right now, Kiwa Esports very, very satisfied with this current outcome of the circle.
Look at that. Zen Esports nearly came in contact with DCM. The moment the circle update, they're like, nope. We learned from our opponents. There's no reason to try and make it this way. We'll find another way through. See, and immediately, that's what could have happened for Nexus. Nexus could have just disappeared when the circle has shifted. But oh well. I guess that's gone case right now. No point crying over spilled milk. Meanwhile, DCM, congratulations to them, finally hit the first 100 total points. And Zen Esports, unfortunate for them, no congratulatories in place because KB now stops them in their tracks. They will still have some members of Zen rotating into the compound to try and fight it out. But right there, that explosive, did it catches onto anyone though? I doubt so, but it was a good theatric performance. It's one member against a whole compound, and well, will be annihilated. That's for sure. KB takes this compound for themselves.
It seems like also GFT will also be removed from the other side of the map as well, courtesy of one of the squads of their undoing. But Pixel Stars will be following down his suits, as both Kiwa and Roy Esports will play a hand in their destruction here. But though a nice knock to one of the members of Roy Esports, but I think he's within the vicinity of his teammates, so he's gonna be able to pick up nice and quick. PMA, not much actions that we've been seeing so far from these past 3 maps. Not comparing it's transparenting from yesterday's from day number 1 here. A lot more slower, but like I say, this could be the fact of the comparability of the proficiency of the map, right? Because it's a lot more different when you're doing scrims, compared to playing against all these players on such a high level stakes games on this grand stage as well. The pressure's a lot more different here. It's a lot more. It can be a lot more punishing as well. So I guess playing it slow seems to be the more safer route here. But I am a little bit surprised about this. Action? Finally?
Action? It did not clip? A moving car?
Hey, we saw a couple just now. How come you didn't say it back then, huh?
When? No. Remember, he missed the shot, the moving car, and then the car stopped. He came out. That's when he got shot.
We've been seeing so many people flying out of cars. What are you talking about?
They left
today?
the car.
No,
what are you talking about? Never. Again, the rules is they cannot be in the same plane. It has to be driving across.
I think we did see a couple. No, not a lot, but a couple.
Not towards an oral way. Not diagonals.
It's being too much, Keith. It's just raising the stakes, being unfair. We need a proper judge for this, really.
We do. But I'm pretty sure I'll still win on that one.
Oh, man. But of course, PMA, just see a couple of pot shots. They did get that initial kill initially somewhere around the map. Pretty much, I believe it was a nice steal from somewhere else. Could have missed it from the kill streak score. I think it's high time. The circle has been set. Let's see if they can get a really nice positioning. Kiwa, on the other hand, they have a really beautiful 2-2 setup with a beautiful crossfire to cover each other's back. And it will actually lay down quite a decent amount of firepower on top of DCM, forcing them to having the vehicle to start smoking out. Did they manage to? Oh, they did manage to pop the wheel too.
Yeah, but it is Empt and Flood somewhere else who gone down immediately. They decided to hold their entire movement, and now they're in such a bad position. DCM, this could be the game where they lose their standings here. Immediately, you can tell the players just pushed his chair back. It's just no point playing from here on out. One member left to play the game. Insight does not have the insight he needs to try and come up with a chicken dinner. He will have to bow to the way of Kiwa. Kiwa looking strong in contention for the #1 spot.
It's such a dead man zone, and that positioning that all the 3 teams have. You just look for the positioning alone. DCM just couldn't find. There was no place for them to go. Every call, by the way, beautiful. Thank you, Observer, for the grand view. Besides PMA, right? You see 4 other teams just covering every single combat within the vicinity. The minute DCM's vehicles lost a tire, that was pretty much it. Everyone was just like, all right, guys, it's a kill zone, and someone just fell for the trap here. But it feels like deja vu, Keith, regarding from second day 1. So I feel DCM was a few times they were put into this spot where it's just not the most convenient of location as well. But of course, an aggressive push coming in from IMP here will find his mark on CJ to get the knock. Wei Mang try to pepper him down here to chase him away, but he's not trying to evade the gaze here. And Rudavin primes the nade, throws it down. Leo still pretty much standing. The nade goes up just enough as Leo was low enough to get the knock here. Now the rest of the members of PMA currently at the clutches of the remaining members here. And before he gets the cover, he gets knocked down instead.
Got knocked by the aftershock. Leo finds himself on his knees from a stray nade, but Poggy, Waymang, he's trying to hold this spot here, but right on the opposite, it's Kiwa who's going to pick up those kills. Already 3 in the bag. Working their way. Oh, spraying from the top side here. 4 kills already. Kiwa looking strong for that number 1 spot. They do lose 2 members on their knees right now. But Yomic is still from the far side. Can they turn this one around? PMA cannot. Fortunately for Kiwa, PMA cannot push onto the high ground free willy and nilly. Poggy's got their eyes onto them, and then they do have cover fires from the backside. So they could look to draw this one out further. But we'll see. I am Pete and Jarvis getting gunned down from the back. It seems they're unfazed or a little bit confused to where they might be shot from. And PMA down for the count. 9th place out of the 16 left in this lobby.
Keith, if you were to thought, let's just not think of the fact that it's, you know, they're all opposing team, right? You just look for the setup alone from all the existing squads, right? It's an impenetrable fortress for any team that's trying to get within the circle and say wherever you go, you're gonna run into someone that's currently set up. At Savage Man Esports finally find one of the remaining members of Poggy here, and we'll get a nice kill point for the team here as he gets the first knock. Moves forward, but actually no, the kill score goes into the hands of Kiwa Yomic instead here. Lucky J trying to rush to one of the lone cover they could find. The last remaining member of Savage Man Esports as well here. But he is somewhat boxed in between both Poggy and Kiwa here. And they slowly makes his way forward one step at a time, or I guess in this case, one tree cover at a time as he sets up the smoke trails here to close in the gaps to try to see if he can try to win out the closest fight here. Poggy, thank God with the smoke sets up, they will be able to revive the down member here. 2 will remain, but we didn't never say lurks Lucky J. He sends it hard, he gets the knock on goodbye as well. But it's also Lucky's turn to be peppered down from Love Esports on the side. It looks like Love Esports will be the final doing for not only Poggy, but even Savage Man Esports.
Not so savage after all, just could not finish the job itself. The X-Men, well, they're ex-players at this point, no longer playing this game. Leaving, oh, actually, yeah, they're out for the count. Meanwhile, one call, doing damage for themselves. Hey, actually, eyes onto Decimate here inside. A one-man army, he was able to get 2 points for his entire team. So already overperforming. But look at the position they're in. They were in no man's land, right? And I don't think that was intentional too. They were driving towards the compound area in which 3 teams reside. They had 2 members already inside that compound, but they got shot off. So I think they gave the call not to make the advancement. But he's already committed to drive midway through and had to just purged out in the open that way. So quite unfortunate, but they still have gotten 1 kill into the bag. It's still going to worth something. And they can still play for placement points if they want to. Meanwhile, Kiwa, 6 kills, 96, really close to the number 1 spot.
Finally, we're seeing a little bit more life coming from the Irahani Puppetto Samurais here as they get the first knock on one of the members of Love Esports here, traversing the compound, getting to the 2nd floor. One call, they know exactly. We're finally seeing our first fight between in a 3-way manner here as they will defend their stronghold, their land here to get control of the edge. The team that comes out of this, not sure whether they're going to be in the most healthiest of state here. However, they will be able to be the strongest out of the 3. Booty Popular, he does have his sensors online here. He's spotted out one of the members. He's pretty confident as well. And with the body system set up within this house itself, they can try to hold their ground as long as possible. And the blue zone will naturally push out Runux right out in the open. And that's exactly what he was waiting for. But Sego for the left side, he went for the right. So he's trying to anticipate the path here in hopes that he comes into his lines of sight to get a nice simple pickup. But Love Esports on the other end also keeping Runux in his place here. Here comes the, was that the S18? Could be wrong, but inside, very casual. But going, I believe he's just trying to wait things out here. Oh.
Yeah, DCM, they held their top spot as Kiwa gets eliminated real close. So maybe if he does try and gun for the top 3, top 2 position as a lurker, that could be beneficial for the team. So at least that's like about 6 points going their way in second spot. Meanwhile, Love Esports, battle up the stairs here. They have members who's not within the same compound. So backup's going to be pretty difficult to follow through. KB decimates. Oh, that was a little bit too much to say, but hey, decimates.
I mean, it was to be expected as well. Someone was definitely going to get their hands on this here. Finally, we're back to the fight into the motel room here, or at least the compound itself here. The juggling back and forth here. Couldn't get the crosshair set up perfectly, allowing Runuk to go for the punish on 21. Of course, one call was also joining in the carnage here on top of the remaining members of Love Esports here. Remaining 2 squads. Irohani, Papeta, Samurai. They were in this spot before, Keith, just like yesterday's the last match in Mirama. They also got to the top 4. Can they change history? It was between Decimate Gaming at a time. Now it's KB. 3 members of KB. The 2 teams who was by far one of the more passive or more quieter teams in day number 2 here. Who will take the win here?
I think it's a tougher hill to climb for ISG, though, although they have compound and the man advantage. But look at the circle. And look at how spread out and control KB has over the remaining play area. ISG have no choice but to push on forward unless they've got more utilities to be expanded to somewhat create that smoke screen for their advancement. Oh, a good knock onto the one member of KB. This should be a very winnable fight. More debris falling from the top side. That's no debris. That's intentional 3 tons concrete being slapped down. That's cover for them to play from. And RZ, only on his knees, can only pray for the worst, for the best to happen. Leaving one member left, KB, from the flank side. They know it's go time for the rest of our ISG. The Samurais, they're not backing down. Mok coming on from the flank. Meanwhile, Gioni already closing in, and that would be an easy winning chicken dinner here for the team representing Japan.
Really happy for them. They weren't gonna repeat history like from the last map of yesterday. So this time they will win out the squad v squads here, the final squads as well, and will achieve their first chicken dinner. Although not as fast or aggressive as I can hope for, but you know they still managed to secure with a decent amount of kills. The more important thing, Keith, is throughout the last fight, right, would be the positioning coming in from Runux. His high vantage point position gave such a good intel on exactly proportionate to where the remaining members of KB. He spotted 2 in the open fields here, especially when both of those 2 players pretty much knocked out. That pretty much, I guess you could say in a way, they were able to just like minus out like areas of predictions, right? Like low down or increase the percentage of guessing exactly where the potential position coming in from the last member of KB. Pretty much got the 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock all covered. The last one was brought towards the left side. That was pretty much where they were just able to reconvene, taking advantage of the number that they had, and secure the final win.
Yeah, very methodical, as you would have expected from a team coming from Japan. I mean, systems are all that they like to talk about right there. And hey, kudos to them. That system worked out. And a first chicken dinner for the region here. But let's take a look at some of the highlights. Now, this was a very questionable move. I get that they were in quite of the stalemate, but the moment that circle draws away, this high ground literally has 0 to no value at that point. Figure that they make their exit from there, but they overstayed their welcome and got punished in the process. Then Esports try to crush onto KB, who surprisingly, we chopped them up to be one of the teams without the capability of firepower. And they have about, I think, 8 kills in this match alone. So KB already showing signs of life.
Oh yeah, that's great. It's unfortunate for both PMA and DCM, right? I think this is one of those few things. It's not about the firepower problem anymore. This is mostly just the positioning, right? Because the other teams was very quick to reposition the position quite centralized within the circle itself. And let's be honest, with how the squad somewhat set themselves within the safety zone itself, it was an impenetrable fortress. Any team that was going to be coming into the circle will probably just be the center of attention, and of course at the mercy of the crosshair of all the players that was currently setting up in that circle itself. Pretty much what happened to DCM. PMA took a little bit of a different route. They decided, instead of diving head first into the site itself and gambling it out, decided to park at the side at the edge of the compound and try to make their way in. Unfortunately, like I said, it's an impenetrable fortress. They got the view, they got the highlands. We already started hearing the audio cues coming in from, I believe it was one call that was actually not one call. I believe it was Pixel Stars. No, it was not Pixel Stars. Basically, there was a squad that was peppering down on PMA, drawing all the audio cue, drawing the attention, of course, naturally by Kiwa Esports, who's positioning in one of the shrines on top of the high ground, and naturally making things even more difficult for PMA to scale that mountain alone without the vehicles as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were being backstabbed both front and the back, right? And you can only do so much. I believe at that point they only had 2 members to play around with as well. So PMA just had to choose the lesser of evil. They did get 2 knocks onto Kiwa, hence they tried to push the high ground, but that opposing team, that opposing squad was shooting back at them. So unfortunately, did not pan out the way they would have liked. DCM, very unfortunate. 3 games now seem to be consistently not towards their favor. But let's look at the some of the stats or the top 4 that we had previously.
Oh yeah, of course. This is going to be our top 4 teams here. Naturally, we have Irohani, Papeto, Samurai taking the chicken dinner here, and of course walking away with a decent amount of damage, total amount of damage as well. So they weren't really too, I guess, they had a couple of confrontation towards the end of the match. Sure, they had a slow start in the beginning, and then trying to see if they can try to make the comeback as we get towards the later stage of the game really paid off for them as well. Stars did align for them for a certain part of the conflict as well, because Keith do take into account that it was a 3-way conflict combat CQC scenario within that compound itself here. But Irohani was still able to pull through, taking the advantage. Of course, I guess you could say an unfortunate situation allows them to, some of the members to be having their attention being drawn away. KB still able to stick it out, also pretty much taking the same route to the same strategy as Irohani as they played it out, but they were able to take the final fight in, but they had a man disadvantage. And with Runox with the vantage point, we're getting all the intel from an eagle eye view. There was not really much area for them to really hide around or keep anything secret here. One call was one of the 3 teams that was going toe to toe with Irohani at the compound as well. Pretty tall, but Kiwa comes in. I believe they had their conflict with KB before KB actually moved into the final circle. We didn't really get to see a lot of that fight because I believe it was just between both Louvre, One Call, and Irohan or ISG at the time.
Yeah, Kiwa, unfortunately, they had their hopes for taking the #1 spot, at least within this match alone. But hey, don't sweat it. With the momentum that they've brought so far in day number 2, if they're not going to get the #1 spot in 3 games in, they're going to get it in the next one, which is surprisingly is going to be Tego. So that's also going to be a very interesting match to watch. But first, let's take a look at the champion team, or the winner chicken dinner team. Hailing from Japan here, the land of the setting sun, the rising sun, actually.
Rising sun,
8 total kills. So my Earth spins the other way. 8 total kills, 1 chicken dinner here. Doing decent enough damage. Finally glad to see their emblem all across the board. I believe this is the first time we even seen a highlight over ISG. Granted, first day, they didn't really do very well to really steal that spotlight, except for that one moment on Miramar, which unfortunately didn't pan out the way they wanted to as well. So finally, well-deserved. Looking forward to more of these sort of performance coming out from a team from Japan.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see it as well. Gonil, and particularly one of the members as well, I was really curious to see what was his current state of things, because he has been quite the active player all the way to 2023, right? But 2024, he went pure dark. Not sure what's really happening between the mix as well. But glad to see him back in 2025. And with the current state of things, ISG was able to take in their first chicken dinner, taking the #1 rank spot with a total accumulated points of 18 here. 8 being, of course, 8 points from the kills, 10 being the placements here. DCM will be taking the 8th spot this time. Not the exact amount of kills they were hoping for, but they will be able to stretch it out with the additional placements points, as they were really, or Insight in this case, was just turtling it out, taking a chapter out of some of the players that we have, some of the teams that we have in the tournament, take a chapter out of their book and just turtle out to try to get as much points as possible. But of course, they will The final nail in the coffin will be at the hands of KB here. Who do you want to seal their fate?
Yeah, let's take a look at the total leaderboard here. Overall, that what's accumulated, DCM maintains their prowess at the #1 spot. However, I cannot say for that for long because Kiwa comes in at 96, really inching it close. If they didn't bow out so soon in the fourth place here, the fourth placing here in the previous game, they probably would have been able to wipe the floors and accumulated at points enough to take on over. So fortunately for DCM, but unfortunately for Kiwa, that stumbling block will have to maintain this position for at least the next match to come. Roy makes it back up. Happy had a bad game, 0-0-0 across the board. Did not earn any points previously, but PMA, X-Men, they're now back into the ranks, top 6.
No, it's really great, right? Everyone is, especially for Kiwa, Roy, and Happy Squad, except for last round, everyone is slowly finding their tune and finding the mood, right? As it's slowly becoming a lot more consistent. Kiwa, of course, that's going to be I believe that's going to be the highlight for day #2 in terms of consistent performances so far. They got the kills, they got decent amount, or I guess in the average, decent amount of kills. Great place. I guess placing points is without question. For sure, with the play style that they're going for, the only difference this time is that they're adding on with a little bit more aggression, as they are trying to their intention is to farm more points as much as possible. Because I think I don't know about you, Keith, but at least for me, especially if I come to the tournament like this as well, I would also like to have a fair balance of things. Like, sure, getting into position is important, but also at the same time, I also want to try to farm a couple of kill points at the same time. I don't want to be too passive. Because I don't want to be in a state where, like, okay, suddenly we get to day three, we don't have enough points, and then hope to try to make a comeback. Then then the team starts trying to play into a straight overdrive, and that can be quite stressful in terms of a high-stake game, especially when there's not many matches left, especially on day #3, since that will be the final day of the tournament. 6 matches left too.
Yeah, I think striking that balance, they go hand in hand, right? They're not mutually exclusive. Just because you play for placement does not mean you're going to be deprived of getting those kill points in. Likewise, vice versa. I mean, again, for you to be making it all the way to be the last man standing team, you need to a certain degree fight some teams in your hands. It's just the moment is the question here, right? How soon, how often do you want to take that fight? Is this fight advantageous or not? Again, reflecting on that movement that Nexus took, was that fight really necessary? Could you have just taken your exit, make your way into the circle, and find better opportunities then? I would argue yes, but maybe they saw something different and they'd rather fight things out. It didn't pan out for them, but that's the risk that you got to take. And whenever you look for the aggressive play style, I think something to consider for all the teams. Not all fights are worth taking, right? So we'll hope to see something changes here. Now we've got a brand new map in place. It's Tego. I mean, brand new map as in we've never hit Tego today. Yeah, the next match. It's not a new map. They know how to play the Tego. But so we'll see if things favors some of the teams who maybe got crushed in the previous game, such as Happy Squad, who has been dominating in the first 2, but walked away with 0 comes in the previous match itself. So this could be redemption for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said as well, especially when it comes into the calls on the IGL, right? Your in-game leader to make the right calls, to decide like which fight is necessary for us to take, which is not required to take, and also it's also comes down to just finding the right timing, right? Because there's just some times where you feel like, okay, all the conditions are met. We got the high ground, we got the intel, we got the positioning. All we gotta do is just move it, right? But suddenly on the blue, you have this team who are just sneakily coming from the sideline and sideline you and backstab you as a third party here. Something like what we saw in the second match on Marama, where we saw like what Kunya did from Roy Esports to Decima Gaming as well. They felt like they had everything covered. They know exactly where the members of Roy Esports as well. They got the angles, they got the firepower. Everything felt right until that one unexpected variable, right? So sometimes these are one of the few things which is not within your control. But this is where I believe this is what the IGL always try to do, right? Or at least in this case, the whole squad tries to achieve, which is just to ensure they got as many of those checkboxes checked out, right? You got the intel, you got the positioning, That's why we see some teams playing around, spreading out a little bit more often than others. Some like to group out a lot more better. Sure, you get the security, but you don't really have any idea like what's happening around you. Those who really spread out from the team. Sure, you risk yourself dying out without getting the revives, but you get the intel in, right? You got the grounds covered. Some teams like to cover more grounds than others, whereas like some like to just really stick together as a happy family.
Talking about being happy, though. Well, Happy found their spot right over at the Palace itself. Meanwhile, look at Roy and DCM, two of the more aggressive lineups, meeting together within the same compound. I would like to see what's hovering over there. And there's probably going to be actions in the first place. But the circle did draw smack dab into the center, favoring the likes of Terminal, Buksan Sa. Again, I'm butchering these names, but you got to call me out when I do.
I don't know, man. I totally understand. Don't worry. No, like I said before, also at the same time, I'd like to apologize to ING if I have 1 or 2 times mispronounced your name as well. That was also a fault of mine. And Irohani Popeto, Popeto Samurais. Yes, I'm so Popeto Samurais Gaming. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys.
We do not have the local tongue to be able to pronounce it the way it should have been. We apologize.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm so sorry about this, man. But still, regardless, back to the games. It's great to be back in Tago. Unfortunately, we only get like one of these kind of maps in a day. Sure, we get like more Irangas and more Miramas for sure, but just playing on Rondo and Tago just once a day, sometimes it feels like it may not be enough at times, right? Throughout these 3 days. But of course, Jervis first blood will be drawn. Did he go for the finish, or was it just a casual knock here? I wasn't too sure about this. Or maybe he just decided to fall back because maybe someone was within the vicinity to go for the pickup. But regardless, news here. Everyone's coming in. Actually, never mind. Lun decides to secure the kill here. That will be the first point for the team here. For the side
Wait,
here.
so Lun rolled over Mad Pick. Do we consider that roadkill?
Oh yes, it's definitely. Like, what else would you consider it here, Ki? Really?
I mean, he's named after a pig, right? And roadkill, I guess. But we will digress. Let's go back into the game here with positive mental attitude. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, Keith, Keith, is that saying, right? It's like when you see a deer on the middle of the road, speed up, right?
Who says that, man? Who says that? First,
not from Malaysia. I guarantee you this.
I think you could check with that sort of legality with the Oceania team. I heard kangaroos are fine, but you know.
No, man. Little Joeys are cute. Okay, leave them alone. I mean, okay, they're over. I know there's overbreeding, but still, leave them alone. They're cute, man.
Talking about cute, well, that attempt to shoot down a vehicle was one of them, considering. He's nearly emptied a whole clip there, not hitting any of them. So that's pretty cute.
Purposely just like clip several videos of cars, right? I'm just gonna show it to you like throughout this day 1 and day 2, right? Just to prove a point that it did happen, but you just refuse to accept it. With your specific requirements, it's not flat land, Leonard. Oh, not the same level, Leonard.
No, it's not the same plane. You know, if it's it shouldn't be on the same plane. If it's driving away from you, you shoot straight. You don't have to strafe it, right? And it's still gonna hit.
I'm pretty sure we had 1 or 2. You know, I'm pretty sure, but I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay, I'm gonna clip it.
Let's say you're right. 1 or 2 does not make majority. So I still stand the majority.
No, I never knew. I never said it was majority of the time. I just said that it has happened before. That was the point that I was trying to prove.
I'm not arguing it happened before. I'm arguing the fact that I think the physics.
No, you say it's physics, Leonard. It's not possible.
Yeah, the physics is a bit wonky, or maybe the hitbox should be bigger for a tire buff to be significant. You know.
Nah. But of course, let's just leave the theory crafting later, okay? For later. The in-depth conversation, we can always have it after the game, yeah. But, but as usual, Especially it's very similar to the map of Rondo. I think this is gonna be pretty common. You know, couple of skirmishes, couple of pot shots, nothing too crazy. Sure, I mean we did have like only one player actually bailed out relatively earlier, but it's gonna be more of a really slow starters. I think this is gonna be one of the common occurrences, right? Like larger maps, slower beginnings. That's just pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, we expected this sort of tempo in Miramar, but somehow Miramar is always happening within the phase one circles. Like somehow,
I blame the
better.
flight path, man. I blame the flight path.
I would argue our Erangel maps yesterday were slower. So it was a slower start than our Miramar maps.
Oh,
So
yeah.
something about that. Yeah.
I mean, it's to be expected, right? Like the play style's different, angle, especially for players who love to play around edges. That's the kind of map which kinds of entertain the edge players here.
Edge players. Edgers. Okay.
I know what you're trying to
I
go
got
for.
what you're saying. Talking about edges, though, ISG playing by the edge of this high hill right here might just come in contact with Kiwa, or Kiwa might just spot them out. Man, look at that. That's a classic car. Yeah, what do you consider it as a hatchback or a fast hatch or a fastback?
Honestly,
what is this?
Honestly, if they actually define the edges of the trunk a little bit more, then it would have almost looked like a DeLorean, for example, from that movie Back to the Future.
Right.
They just edge it a little bit better, but it's a Hyundai car, so.
Oh, you nearly caused World War III right there.
No, but that's what it states on the car.
Yeah, Hyundai was right. Honda was that's Japanese, bro. Just somewhere else. But hey, I guess now we
Hyundai, no?
we agree to disagree. But yes, well, glad to see some local flavor is inputted into the game here. So I guess
that's true. That's true.
Pretty much white label. We can say Hyundai, Korean car. Yeah.
Oh, Dacias coming in. And although Arjun bots, of course, with the benefits of the crate, he's going to get that nice gear upgrades here. Level 3 helmet with a level 3 backpack. Pretty sure you also got a level 3 armor vest, right? Or is it not really like consistent most of the time here, really?
Well, I think the least of his problem right now is the armor he wears. He was riding around in a bike, so a motorcycle.
Yeah,
seems pretty dangerous to me.
No, I know, I agree with you. Even in real life, those are death machines. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
I'm not a big fan, man. It's crazy. Both in game and in life, it's crazy. Okay, I'm fine with. It depends on what type of bike, right? Like if it's like one of those biker bikes, right? Then I'm totally fine with that. Yeah, that's totally cool.
But it's the same thing. What difference does it make? You're not in a cockpit. There's no crumple zone. There's no nothing. You're directly impact.
But it's not like a dirt bike, right? Where like things starts flipping out.
I don't know. I've never tried running into a biker's Harley or something like that.
But I tried an ATV before, man. Those things are fast, man. I'm not gonna lie, but of course, speaking of fast, this could be a fast exit here for the members of DCM, as one called Snoopy. But what a retaliation coming in from Hickerman. Not comfortable to the fact that he knocked down Flood. He was quick to address. And now two of the core members of both teams are currently knocked down for the con. Actually, wait, do I just see like one of the members in the distance? Oh yeah, he is actually going, as he noticed on the minimap, right? Kiki is actually trying to flank that from the back side. He had the vehicle equipped too.
But this is what DCM's really good at, man. They immediately retaliate and they hit the mark. This is something that X-Men might want to pick up on, right? Because I think that's their issue. Right. But yeah, like these super fast reflexes, the immediate response. This is how Monty was able to immediately get like kills onto Roy Esports despite being in an unfavorable position. We need that sort of thing. And so to speak, let's see if that sort of prowess is demonstrated here. He jumped out of the car. Immediately a bad start. Pixel Stars finds one member already on the knees. And this might be a heated argument in the voice chat because that probably costed them this game right here. Pixel Stars out in 16th place.
Oh, now that's the definition of crashing and burning. I guess they didn't really expect for one of the allies to knock for that initial crash there. But of course, Irohani, Potato Samurai, they will of course welcome the great gifts that was bestowed upon them in their respective compound. They wanted to play a really nice quiet round. They didn't expect such zealous players or such zealous gifts to be bestowed upon them. Yeah. But of course, Happy Squad, finally we got a little bit of attention towards Happy Squad. We haven't seen them a little bit so far throughout the map. Even on kill scores, we didn't even see them any action from them either as well. But finally, they are making their intentions clear. You know, they like their position, they like their crates. So back off. That's pretty much a clear message to the members of Nexus here. But Yomik, a little bit of a precarious spot is surrounded by members of JFT here that decided to drive by and gun him down for where he stands. And now Kiwa Esports, a man short, but now they're trying to reconvene as they are filled with vengeance.
That was purely instincts right there. I could tell the first car passed by, he held his discipline. The next one came through, he had to pull the trigger. He had to. He was holding it in for the longest of time. Well, that will pretty much alert the rest of JFT, and now I don't know if they want to follow suit on this thing. If I was Kiwa Esports, I'd cut my losses and get out of there. Because for sure, it's just not worth it anymore. There's no way you were going to get the rescue in time. We'll just have to call it a day. Kiwa Esports now playing 3 members now. 3 members left, play 1 man down. I guess it's an opportunity for DCM to maybe exploit this weakness and exacerbate their lead comfortably on the top spot.
Oh yeah. And speaking of like extending that lead, we might see a little bit of a change here as Roy Esports finally moving into a new estate for themselves here, getting ready to greet the good neighbors, and the neighbors, of course, Nexus Squad. They did spot the cars coming in within the vicinity, so they know for the fact that a squad is definitely here for sure. But it's just a matter of where they are. Are they going to be aggressive about it? Are they going to be good neighbors and just leave them unattended here? Roy Esports definitely a lot more cooled down from what we've been seeing from them for these past 3 matches or from yesterday's game as well. Not much pedal to the metal compared to what they've been usually going for as well. But I guess they're just waiting for the rest of the team, or a little bit too spread out, I guess, in this case here.
You know what's funny about that statement?
What?
I don't think they've ever been like pedal to the metal. It's just that people keep crashing onto them and losing to
crashing
them.
into people.
They hardly crash onto people.
I mean,
If
it
you
goes
think
both
about it.
ways, right? But not necessarily crashing into people. It's just that so happened to the compound they're trying to go to just has people set up, right? Like it's not an intentional crash. It's just that there's someone here, so might as well fight it out.
Yeah, but because like majority of their highlights is like they're just like playing in a disadvantage and just making out alive somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just like crazy that way, right? It's that they don't look to harm you, but somehow people go towards them and get harmed in the process. That's Roy Esports in a nutshell. Kryptonite they are.
Here with Kiwa. 2 members going for the two for 1 setup here. 2 of them playing around the edges. And did manage to spot Zani Esports coming within playing around the edges of the safe zone this time. We do see ISG also playing a little bit 3 teams, not really in the lines of sight just yet, but they are covering the respective angles here. And Trick, his role is simple, just to give the intel here. If JFT decides to push through, he has his getaway vehicle pretty much set up for him to make a quick exit if necessary. Chibrit still trying to take his chance here. He's gonna get a nice headshot there. Probably just pop a wheel. Oh, DJ Pubg alongside, ready to greet him in kind. Sprays down. We'll be able to find nice 3 points for the team here on hands of Zorn. Whereas Esports, they're not out of the clear just yet. No, they're just barely gone to the circle and instantly met with even more combat, more conflict here. So now they continue to push forward through. Still waiting for Makif to return, but of course, with that being said, Pubg finally they got into the circle, making their way towards Zen Esports. Oh, beautiful nade. He's going to be able to find Trick in the hand. 10 and Tantrip also going to be one falling, but not by the hands of JFT. He's going to be third party, but the sidelines by Savage Man Esports. Whereas ISG still pretty quiet, except from their last interactions here from the crash coming from Pixel Stars. Still taking the nice slow approach into the circles here. They did get 2 kills out of that last crash. Unexpected crash here. Coming back to P0 Online Games, they want to try to secure the edge, and then once again, Zen Esports is put in the spot, but this time with different competition. Previously, it was Nexus for the control of the edges. Now it's going to be Pubg.
Oh, and RG though try to push onto the high ground where X-Men currently positions themselves. This could be pretty sour for them, as Mao Rush now toss on with the first nade into this area. Slightly off, but they're going on a whim here. Goes for the back lines. He knows that their position should have a flanker. There we go. Xavier gets taken down immediately. Lucky Che, that spray control, spray transfer actually gets 2 members. And NRG looking to have the output here of this entire battle. Up Chen under the guise of smokes will try to make a push forward, but of course a nade gets onto him. He falls down onto his knees.
Oh. What a spray down. What a Mexican final standoff coming from Savage Man Esports. They definitely weren't planning to go down without a fight. They definitely showed in their resilience here. But what about Pubg in their hand? 7 HP. I guess we had to bid him farewell here as he gets gunned down by the members of Zen Esports here. And finally, the fight to determine who controls the salvage here has currently begun. First on the north side here, NRJ going head-to-head with KB. KB very interested after seeing what was the conclusion for the gunfight that was happening on the north side of the edge here. They push forward, finds an opportunity on Shampoo, and seems like Mao Rush will have to surrender his life to the zone here. Vehicle will sadly roll down back to here, and Xiao Feng, last member of NRSG here. 1v3. It feels like a very heavy burden and asking too much for a single man to take this fight head on here as he's being suppressed from all angles here. And KB will be able to phase out Shampoo and Xiao Feng at the same time.
Ooh, meanwhile, Wenbo, Nexus inside this compound. He's got 1 member of Roy down. Deprot is primed in position to maybe get him on the exit with the circle closing. He's playing it super patient, but he's not being very healthy himself. Does get the first aid kit on time. So he'll be prone onto the ground, ready to greet him, but he gets greeted back. Wenbo gets that trade on out. And now it's the entirety of Roy Esports who gets sent back into the lobby.
Well done. The juggling with the corners of the building as well. Whereas on the other end, 1 call is eliminated for the round. The fight is ensuing. The first fire was pretty much the horns of battlefield, and now everyone we start seeing everyone contesting for control of their respective ages here. We know the conclusion for the north, we know the conclusion for the west, but the south is still continuing here. Zen Esports, one of the lone members here, they took heavy losses against Pubg here. The last member will surrender himself to the zone to not give any kill points away. However, Love Esports and JFT, they're still barely playing, literally just hugging the blue zone in this case here. And DCM, they're ready to greet them in kind here. Although they do have the lower ground here, but they are well prepped with the necessary tree covers that they have. They got the lines aside. They're checking out at every inch of the smokes here, waiting for once it dissipates to lay down the fury on the remaining members of Love Esports. I believe one is currently knocked down, unless JFT comes in for the same as Grace here, because I believe we can see JFT on the west side of Love Esports. If they can distract or draw the attention away from DCM, we might see Love Esports getting that breathing room they were hoping for.
They could use all the breathing room in the world here, but just as for tomorrow,
Oh, no.
they're trying to strive to even make it for tomorrow here as they try and breach onto the high ground. Love Esports just in a nick of time will be clearing the pathways, but Hachi being left behind. As a safeguard, he might be the one who seizes upon them. Or Cherry sees upon Hachi first, and he will, from out of the blue, shoots ahead, gets that member, but Dusky needs to be picked up. So this is a member down for JFT, and Cherry barely escaping it with only 6 HP left, and surely will fall to the hands of Love.
Yeah, too much damage was sustained, barely could hold it on. But with that being said, Love Esports once again losing even more members as they were trying to make their way into the circle. This time, not JFT in the hands of JAT. Seems like DCM will be trying to seal the fate, but Flood! He gets knocked out by the zone itself while trying to take the combat in. Thank God there's an ally nearby to try to go for the revive here, but oh no! They just not enough time, it's phase 5. Can he get for the pickup? No, unfortunately, Flood will be removed from play. Not what he expected or hoped for, but now DCM just have to work with what they got with 2 of the remaining members here. Whereas ISG, well, still pretty healthy and fine. The playbook seems to work for them so far. Did achieve a chicken dinner for themselves. And now, it's only making their way through here. And Love Esports will officially be eliminated from the map of table.
Well, ISG, maybe with 4 members strong, they could look to run back their previous feats within the previous match here. Already 3 kills, 1 across each members, with the exception of Mook. But right now, they also trail towards the high hills. The gradient is being taken over by Faven himself, shooting towards DCM. The next circle has been updated, and Happy stays a happy man smack dab in the center. It's Evil Patrick, who's burrowed himself in a nest right next to supplies left, right, and center.
And speaking of Happy, PMA also still keeping it nice and positive here as well as pretty healthy. There hasn't seen much conflict here. I mean, sure, they got the 3 kills, but other than that, things have been pretty silent. They got a really nice spot here. It looks like Leo got a nice headshot on one of the members of on LNRG here, or sorry, on Nexus here. Oh, sorry, it was KB. Yeah, sorry. You got a nice knock on KB. And Nexus is coming in. Leo got a vision on them as well. Spotted them now on the flatlands. Wow, it's a real nice flatland. Wow, open area. Open flatlands. Barely any place to cover too. Smoke shells is necessary. But Phase Out does finds Hickerman in the process as they're trying to suck around at the edge here on the east side. PMA. Phase Out gets the final kill. Once more, Keith silence out as he was so surprised at the final outcome for DCM. Continuing forward, Amped is back. Oh, he returns.
What do you mean? I'm watching the game, man. I'm listening to the narration. Finding for that moment, you know?
I thought you were mind blown, I was like, oh no, DCM last member standing.
They've got 3 kills. I mean, can't say the same. I mean, I could say the same for Kiwa. So DCM's only rival right now is going to be Kiwa, who's close enough to take over the #1 spot. As long as Kiwa's down, I think, well, they can bow out right now and still maintain that lead. But Happy makes their way to 3rd place with that 1 member. Meanwhile, Nexus tries to go in with the rotation on a vehicle. Will get gunned down in the process. And now that leaves PMA, the team that were so unstably good, having intervals of good and bad games, but so far they've only been suffering. Could this be the good game for the day?
I mean, PMA hopes so for sure. They're still trying to keep it up with the name. They're trying to live up to the name, the team name here. And so slowly making their ways forward. I love the repositioning coming from Leo. He's not going to try to wait out from his previous positioning. He want to get in nice and close. They want to try to chalk out members of KB, because once they secure KB or remove KB from play, then I guess you could say in a way PMA would have control at least half of the safe zone, the compound included as well here. Not a lot of covers left remaining. Sure, there's a little bit of forestry remaining for some of the team members as well. ISG, I believe they still have a vehicle or 2, but KB is definitely on foot. And Evil Patrick Really nice, but he's dead, right? Like you said before, right smack dab dead in the center here. Not sure what's the cover, the status light of his cover currently. But oh yeah, he's so easily spottable. The smoke could have made this more clear that there's somebody right there. So Evil Patrick will stake his hands here and just hope for the fact that the team will prioritize clearing the edges before focusing down on him. And I believe that's the cue coming from the single pot shots from PMA side. Now the attention is currently drawn away from Evil Patrick. I guess in a way, the plan is in motion. It's falling in place.
I mean, one thing Evil Patrick can look forward to is having a lot of these
Mortar!
ground crates. Yeah, ground crates to pretty much seek refuge from, right? So he's going to be good there for a while, at the very least, at least when this circle comes in closer.
Yep.
It's the 7th phase. The blue is trailing, and it's going to come in fast. But right now, ISG might be pushed in, pressured by the blue itself. If they're going to pick their friends up, it has to be now. Meanwhile, KB, last man standing, happy. Last man standing, PMA, still strong on all fours.
You know, at first I was just about to be my like everything was pretty like standard until the existence of the mortar, right? Like we finally see our first mortar into the round here. That became a problem.
Ooh.
What a shot coming in from Leo on Good Neil. Not sure whether that counts in your book, Keith, but let me tell you something. That is one good shot. One hell of a shot coming in from Leo.
It's a 1 in a million, you know? It's a 1 in a million situation, eh? And he was driving towards him. It's the same plane.
Oh, fine. I'll let it slide. But still, it was a nice shot regardless. Enough
It
about
was.
our personal competition,
was.
but that's still a good shot. But of course, KB finally does go down courtesy of Runox without coming out to our last 3 squads here.
Yeah, that was definitely a highlight play. PMA, I and Pete, that was just tapping their way through, but they have lost 1 member. So what seemed to be strong on all fours, but Jeb, he's got them inside, goes in with the spray tap, catches onto no one, goes in for the reload instead, toss the smoke to blame it on external factors. Likewise with Lunlun.
Holding down the slide. The constant back and forth here, but finally the ice has been broken between the two sides. IMP was able to land a beautiful headshot on Runox. But of course, they really did have the initial smoke, the smoke thrown down already. So picking him up will not be a problem. I think they also had decent amount of supplies. Same goes for the side for PMA. So this battle of attrition can actually last for a decent while here. But the only difference is the fact that you do see ISG still has a little bit more closer to the edge of the circle here. So PMA most likely will have to run out right in the open. They do have the vehicles, or they can set up the smoke trails if required. It does come down to what the IGL decides for their end here. But so far, we're going to be constantly having this classic back and forth. And even Patrick, he's doing whatever he can to keep it quiet, to keep it silent, while he's keeping his head down within the carnage. Because at this current moment, PMA and ISG, the only thing that's in their mind right now is each other alone.
Each other alone. That sounds pretty lovely. Unfortunately, Love Esports no longer around. But I guess you could chuck that one up to a positive attitude right here, because the member is being driving forward.
Oh,
crashes into the area where Evil Patrick was at. So ISG Mook takes him out, takes out the happiness. You still have positive mental attitude to worry about it. Lunlun's on his knees, tried to drive closer towards the likes of ISG, which was questionable in the taking. So now it's a 4v2. All for ISG's taking here. It's theirs to lose. High ground, open fields, and PMA only has the single rock to play from.
Yeah, this is what I was concerned about, right? So they decided to take the initiative to try to get the cover in time. They took the car route, but that didn't work out too well for one of the core members here. Now they're rushing in. They had the man advantage. They're throwing the stuns here. One of the core being the Overwatch as he was trying to keep the remaining member Jervis at bay. So Muck and Phoeben get down to the side. Last member standing barely has a chance because ISG dominates the battlefield one step at a time. 2 chicken dinners back to back Well done coming from the Japanese team here.
Well, you know what they say, man. If your system works, it's bound to return in plenty. And that's what we've seen from the Japanese team here. Irohani Papato Samurai Gaming. Back-to-back chicken dinner in match number 10 here in phase 1 of the grand final of the PMS. They may have had a slow start, but my God, once the train keeps moving, it's a bullet train and there's no one stopping him.
Yeah. It was a little bit unfortunate for Leo because, like, for Leo's case, he was trying to flank from the sidelines, right? But sadly, the last lone member of KB was the one to be the throwing the wrench in the plans here for Leo's here. They lost him earlier. Like, there were only two options for PMA, right? They could either set up the smoke trail to get to the ditch for cover, or actually utilize the vehicle, because the circle will naturally going to be pushing them out into the open, and they need any form of cover. Sure, the center ditch wasn't the best amount of cover, because that will mean PMA will fall prey to the amount of grenade that's going to be lobbed against them, but they don't really have a choice. It was just that kind of scenario where they just were really choked out of options here. That was really unfortunate for PMA. But other than that, very tactical play coming from ISG towards the last circle fight. That was great. However, throughout the round here, it was pretty slow, I believe. It was pretty slow among the teams here until we got to that phase 3 and phase 4, when it got a little bit more compact and players was just trying to gain control of their respective edges before they move in towards the safe zone here. So some teams were able to find the limelight and some couldn't find the opening. Australia NRSG had a good fight before drawing the attention of the members of KB.
Yeah, but this one right here definitely stole the highlight, where Weibo seemingly wiped out the likes of Roy Esports. Could have been bad for him, but somehow he turned that one around, and it went real good for the likes of Nexus itself, wiping that team. Meanwhile, Decimate, unfortunately, but also fortunately for them, Kiwa wasn't around to play any of the games at all, being one of the earlier ones to bow out. So Decimate will hold their spot for the longest of time. However, that difference is just marginal, first and second place itself. This was the final drawn battle. Eventually, it was a 4v2 in an open field, and by that, manpower becomes such a scarce resources. You had Gioni and Runix in the back lines as well. In case things go south, they could very well just fire across the field into Jarvis. So there was just no way PMA was getting out of that one. So a second place is still the best that they could have done within the situation.
Dude, that last fight was so, especially, by the way, thank you so much for the observer for showing such a final fight from that kind of camera angles as well. It feels so tactical and tailor-made than what ISG was trying to do. Two players on the vantage point, putting down suppressive fire on Jarvis as he was trying to give the necessary amount of cover to protect his lone ally who was currently in the ditch, but there's only so much he could do. There's so much gunfire that's coming towards him. He just had to say, brother, my friend, you gotta hold it on your own, man. If you can make it the play, that'll be great. But sadly, that was not going to be the case for ISG, as they of course, when it comes to that last squad v squad in this case here, they want to make sure they clean up the fights as quickly as possible in the cleanest of manner. So really well done from ISG here.
Yeah, I mean, back to back, I think already day number 2 is turning, flipping heads from day number 1, right? Teams that you expect to do really well in day number 1 based on their consistency didn't really translate over. You have DCM, you have JFT, and so on and so forth. Kiwa being the exception here, who's still holding strong. Maybe the previous game, not so much, but let's take a look at the top 4 teams within the grand finals right now. ISG with 1.6 damage in total. PMA with the 1007. ONC, 1 call, not so much, playing it a little bit safe likewise with KB itself. Yeah,
I think what really helped them a lot in the long run as well was the unexpected encounter with Pixel Stars, right? They crashed into them as well. Not only did they get the 3 kills from it, but practically Pixel Star played as a resource or supply delivery run, right? Or delivery guy, right? They literally delivered 3 crates full of supplies for ISG, and because like I said, like we witnessed from the entire map, they were just going from one compound at a time in a very slow and methodical manner, right? So with the additional supply boost, this give ISG a lot more confidence. Where like, okay, we may not require to go to another combat to look for to round off supplies. We can just focus on trying to get to a really good spot, really good positioning as well. Then we just see how the battle ensues and how we're gonna react or adapt to it here. So really great stuff coming from ISG, and that's a lot of utility expand as well. And I guess it's to be expected. PMA finally they got to that top four. Top four is, I feel like it's like breaking out from the rain clouds here. The sun finally shined upon them. Just unfortunately, the final outcome was that the sun wasn't shining for them, rather for ISG instead here. So 2 winner chicken dinners back to back with a total damage of 16 with 1600 or 10 here in total with 9 total kills. This is actually gonna further boost their ranking as well.
I think what's more important here is that this 2 back-to-back chicken dinner, does it set them up enough to be in contention for the top 6 position, or even worse, or even better in the top 2 position itself? I know that's a far stretch. We do have some games left today for them to pretty much catch up, and then tomorrow again. But where do they stand today is going to pave down how feasible it is for them to qualify onto the next round. ISG with 19 total points, 11 to PMA, KB at 9, and Happy at 7. Tapers down all the way through. Kiwa, unfortunately, walks away 0, empty-handed within his match.
Yeah. And to answer your question, or at least our prediction here, I feel they have a chance to actually get the top 8. It's although yes, it wasn't like a Love Esports case from day number 1 where Love Esports was actually getting a decent amount of kills in the process. But today, day number 2, if you talk about 1, most unlikely because a lot of teams are really somewhat ahead of them at the time with the amount of kills, with the placement points and the amount of kills. But this time they have the kills and 2 chicken dinners. So we might see them get to top 8, and there they are, literally top 8, but at the very last positioning, knocking down KB to the 9th place itself.
And you can see from the 3rd position all the way down to the 8th, they're only a difference by about 25 points itself, which can easily be done in the next 2 maps. We do have double Erangel right after this, which means it's going to be within this period itself in which ISG might see themselves up in the top 6. But before we get into that double Erangel map, we're going to take a quick break. Once again, from me, that's Keith Alicio, together with Leonard Yolo Lee. We'll see you in a jiffy.
A new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Barado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new ranked season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here. So grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG RP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해 드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 CNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기로 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 총괄 이민호입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 25년 로드맵을 업데이트된 내용과 함께 다시 한번 전해드리겠습니다. 로드2 PGC의 구조는 기본적으로 2025년에도 동일하게 유지됩니다. 3월 글로벌 대회 진출권과 PGC 포인트를 획득할 수 있는 지역 리그를 시작으로 4월과 5월, 10월과 11월에는 4번의 PUBG 글로벌 시리즈가 개최됩니다. 또한 6월에는 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 PUBG 네이션스컵이 개최될 예정이며 12월 최고의 팀을 가리기 위해 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십으로 대단원의 막을 내리게 됩니다. 뿐만 아니라 내년 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 열리는 e스포츠 월드컵 EWC에 2년 연속 배틀그라운드가 공식 종목으로 참가하게 됩니다. 내년에도 최상급의 프로 선수들과 팬들이 함께 써내려갈 스토리에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 지역 리그는 물론 글로벌 이벤트까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
25년도에 맞이할 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 변화도 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 3인칭 대회 PUBG 플레이오프 투어가 신설됩니다. PUBG 플레이오프 투어는 스크림, 컵, 마스터즈 총 3단계의 토너먼트로 나뉘며 모두 3인칭으로 경기가 운영됩니다. 스크림은 상시 운영되며 배틀그라운드 유저라면 누구나 참여하실 수 있습니다. 스크림에서 상위 성적을 거두는 팀들은 주 1회 진행하는 컵으로 진출하게 되며 컵의 승리팀들은 최종 관문이 될 마스터즈로 향하게 됩니다. 또한 마스터즈는 공식 채널에서 생중계로 시청하실 수 있습니다.
Hello everyone, welcome back again for the PUBG Esports Master Series Phase 1 of the Grand Finals here. I hope you guys have a nice break here and prepared for the final actions as we have 2 remaining maps here for day number 2, because this will be the conclusion for day number 2, and at the same time, Keith, teams will rise, but only one shall rule as our champion here.
Yeah, what seemed to be a very comfortable lead from DCM in day number 1 now looking to thin out for the likes of Kiwa to take over, and not just Kiwa, the rest of the other teams that's competing as well, right? We've seen Happy Squad already climbing up at least 4 different ladders itself. We've seen Roy Esports also climbing up the ranks, and so it's looking like it's anyone's game yet again here in this entire series itself.
Right. Yep. And I think also it also does take into account on what is the priorities for certain teams, right? I believe as we slowly go to reach the conclusion day number 2 and preparing for our final day tomorrow, I think eventually certain teams will start coming, or at least have different priorities, right? In the sense where, you know, some teams, especially like teams like who has more bigger, larger goals here, definitely wants to get to that top 1 spot, at least that first 2 placing, right? Whereas some teams are a little bit more relaxed or a little bit more not pressuring themselves too much, will be quite comfortable if they're just able to secure top 6, because let's be honest, while yes, the prize cash is always fantastic, Keith, but the goal is to keep yourself in the league here, to keep yourself to move on to that PGS, right, the PUBG Global Series here, and the only way you can get through it is to qualify as one of our top 6 teams here in the Master Series.
Yep, top 6 is the goal. Actually, I would argue the goal is top 2. But if you can't, the top
that'll be
6
better, sure,
is the consolation, right? Anything less than that shouldn't be a striving point at this pace, right? So, with 2 games left for the day, who's going to set up? Which team is going to set up best for themselves coming into day number 3 to seal things off. All right, so close towards the end of the series itself.
Well, with that being said, second last map, Keith. Not sure what happened there, but second last map, fly path diagonally, pretty centralized with the rest of the squad here. But it is gonna be our first Erangel for day number 2. Pretty excited. It's one of the classic OG maps as well. I think teams, based on this fly path alone, teams should be able to go exactly where they need to be. Still moving forward. Oops, so sorry. Cough got in the way. But of course, just seeing from the fly path alone, we see several teams. No hot drops so far. I would love to see a couple of hot drops, a couple of contention, a little bit of tension between some of the teams. Especially this is classic Erangel as well. But you know, everyone's gonna be respecting their boundaries and areas here. So we do see a little bit of a change because if I recall as well, Savage Man and Roy Esports tend to drop from yesterday's game, if I'm not mistaken, drop around the north and south side. Georgia Pole, this is going to be a little different. It's going to be Pixel Stars and Irohani, Papetto, Samurais this time in their case here. DSM is going to be taking a long dive towards Cerverni, trying to play towards the north side, and I guess in a way they don't really have the contest for vehicles too much as well. And Cerverni pretty much large enough to accommodate for the whole squad for themselves. Yoster Noiga is going to be great for Kiwa Esports. This time, not going to get the benefits in the circle, but they're not really too far either. I already see one of the team members able to secure a vehicle for themselves. Same goes for some of the respective team. However, I'm a little bit concerned for PMA side. Dead set, stuck within 2 additional squad. And that's not a large compound in the first place as well. Very small, minimal resource available for the team to pretty much get around for themselves. I think they're going to be making a quick move shortly as well. As if they stick around a little bit too long, they might fall prey to the 2 respective teams that's currently hoping to be their good neighbors.
Yeah, I think another team to be considered of right now, Zen Esports, with that first circle revealed, it's almost always guaranteed that Zen Esports will have to cross that bridge. They did go all the way down to Sosnovka military base. So on the right bridge will be too saturated with teams. Even Team Nexus, I believe, was also occupying Nova Repnoia. So their only way into circle is going to be through that bridge. But also, it is gate-kept by the likes of X-Men. So this... Now, Erangel historically has been the few good games that X-Men has been able to put on display. So maybe we can finally see them pop off here in day number 2.
I believe it was also the same for PMA, except for match number 2. Of course, that was a little bit of an unfortunate thing. But, you know, it's been pretty, they've been pretty volatile. But I think so far, compared to the match we've seen for day number 1, Erangel seems to be the one which they had the more greater success in. It was also the first map, that the first team to actually get the winner chicken dinner on the map of Erangel as well. And NRG, pretty comfortable with Milta Power here. Large town, by the way. So, a lot of nice compound. Thankfully, no other team is going to be contesting with them here because it can be quite the nightmare, Keith, to actually go toe-to-toe in a CQC scenario within the building blocks here. A lot of covers, a lot of cheeky corners for teams to play around with. And grenade not necessary, you will able to get the nice drop on several locations. It could bounce off the wrong wall in the wrong manner as well, depending on the trajectory too. So, pretty comfortable energy, pretty much a slow start. I think this is going to be something to be expected, playing around Erangel here. However, Keith, so far, we do see teams dropping at different locations compared to like what we seen from yesterday's game as well. Do you think it was due mainly because of the fly path, or team just decided to switch things up after learning, or I guess an analyzing from yesterday's game?
I believe it's because of the flight path, right? Earlier on, yesterday actually, the first Erangel map that we played, we had a really biased flight path. I'd say that skewed towards the western side of everything. Yeah. Right, that's how DCM decided to pretty much also find their homes in Georgia Paul, alongside other teams like Pixel Stars as well. But in the second game, they did traverse their way onto Severny, which they are doing again in this game alone. So I think this path is fairly even. I think most teams get onto the place they want to. X-Men always traditionally take by the very pure area. So I think it's due to the flight path that we saw a little bit of a skewed gameplay in day number 1. But yep, eyes onto JFT. Now, JFT is a team who in day number 1, again in Erangel, seems to be the aggressors who just likes to crash into compound and take on close quarter combat fights. Do you think they're looking to do the same today again, seeing as though that they have not much confidence built up for the past few matches that they've played today?
I mean, it also depends on what kind of compound, right? If it's like one of those with those balconies or very small housing areas where there's barely any corner for you to stand in safely from being bombarded by grenades, then sure, we might see a little bit more confidence coming from JFT. And I love that the fact that he actually brought up the factor of confidence, right? Yeah, especially this is day 2. We're pretty much like more than halfway through a day number 2 as well here. So day 2 was pretty much the day where most teams, JFT included, to actually try to get as much points as much as possible, or at least try to further their leads from their current rankings from day number 1 here. And it seems like the stars wasn't really aligning for JFT, or nor was their plans as well. They kept meeting up and kept running through for scenarios or situations that wasn't really as favorable as what they were hoping for as well. Constant third parties as well, not able to get to the side they want to go for because there's another team already set up there before them, or had an earlier repositioning before them as well here. So I'm not questioning their gunplay. I think their gunplay is absolutely phenomenal. Just probably their positioning that's probably one of the few problems that they're having or facing currently at the problem. But Darren was able to find Detroit. First blood's been drawn, and surprisingly, it's going to be one of the members of Roy Esports here.
Yeah, KB getting the kill, sending Roy Esports to turn tails and walk away. Are we still living in the same universe? This shouldn't have happened. This isn't the regular scenario. Kunyat's down the sky. Look at that. They're looking for the fights. KB is getting real confident after that one game where they had, I believe, 8 kills.
Yeah. I mean, there's also take into account the map familiarity, right? Like, you're used to the map, you're comfortable with this map. It's pretty much just like muscle memory at this point here. So, and plus, at the same time, I don't blame Roy not taking that fight for long, because first things first, they're coming down from downhill, even though with vehicles in hand. They just saw one of their teammates just fell earlier as well, so they're not sure what's the setup like. So instead of taking those risky battles, especially since this is the second last map of day number 2, I think they just decided to play it safe. They lost Detroit earlier. That's unfortunate, but they will find ways to make up for the lost member. I don't think that's going to be detrimental for them anyway, as we saw quite the phenomenal performance from Roy Esports here. But Irohani, Puppetto Samurai Gaming. Now this is the team that's currently on high morale at the moment. Back-to-back chicken dinners here. You couldn't ask for a better morale boost compared to what they've been experiencing for the past 2 matches and day number 1. And Kunyit, this man's to spot IMP from distance. That is quite the challenge of a shot. Not that I'm downing him, but of course that was enough to chase the prey away.
Chase the prey away. Well, it seems like what PMA might be the predators here. This is Erangel after all. This is the map that they got.
Becoming the hunter, huh?
Yeah, they might be. And they have the high ground. There's no reason why they should be the ones straying away from these engagements. But I guess we'll see. Again, in terms of morale-wise, they're not on the top of the world, despite them positioning higher.
Uh-oh, DCM. Pixel Stars, although it's just Mad Pig, he doesn't really have the right angle as well. And this team is not really with him at the current state of time here. So gotta stake his hands away. Not gonna be trigger discipline in this case. It's not the right time, and now could be the moment here. No shots will land, but Mad Pig is just gonna send a very simple, quick message as he quickly descend down the mountain here. Before DCM intends to bare their fangs and claws against him, he will make the quick escape here.
Well, just that rotation alone, DCM immediately takes over the hills of Gatka. Without contention, I guess Pixel Stars should either double down in that position or let it go, and they decided to let that one go. But hopefully it does not go for the worse here. As one call, I believe they were trading shots from a far distance, but Happy Squad now going against the team who's gunning out for tomorrow.
Oh yeah. And honestly, JFT, they can't really take this fight for too long against Happy Squad as well, because the longer they take, the more interested one call is going to be, because one call is relatively near. One call is relatively nearby between these two locations as well. It looks like ER was able to find his mark and Cherry for the knockdown with the headshots here. A 10 trip will be retaliated back, but I think it's not going to be the hands of JFT rather than one call here. Oh no, it was JFT in the end. He was able to cover his lines from his teammates here and will trade back one member for another. One knock for a knock. RG Boss will follow with Dusky as well. Two more on the other hand here as RG Boss was able to flank for the sideline. The Hunters, the Wolf Pack has been released here. ER's gonna go for a quick revive. However, RG Boss and Abel Patrick is currently chasing in their target as they're currently making ways closer to JFT.
JFT, they're one-man crippled, but not out of the game just yet. Managed to get into the revive. Brings Dusky away. But, lose one member. That'd be Cherry. It's not going to be worth the trade because Dusky's not even in fighting form here. Still finds himself on his fours. Will be in an idle state for the time being as Happy tries to scout out his entire environment for themselves. Does go in with the revive. Dusky's back up to health. They do minimize the loss here. Still walk away with 3 members instead of 2.
So pretty, the flares. But of course, Nexus making their way through the sewers. Coming back down is Pubg himself. And Savage Man, of course, they do spot them out here. I think the same goes for Love Esports. Someone within the vicinity, about to drop within their compound as well. But instead of taking the fight head on, Love Esports takes the more interesting route, which is to do a full retreat away. So I guess they just want to go for a little bit of a safer run here. But you know, it works two ways, right? Pubg doesn't have to worry about landing within a setup compound, nor will Love will have to take the conflict this early into the round either. So I guess it's a win-win for both sides.
Talking about winning, no one's won a team fight just yet. Just trading members one after another. Still 16 teams. It's what we expected from Erangel. If it's any reflection of day number 1, a slow start, only to come in with a very hectic finish here. Love Esports still finding their way inside this compound. They held their ground, but meanwhile, KB crashes onto DCM, one of the more aggressive teams. And you see his character model just perched out that windows like that. Gets shot down. It was an easy spray.
You know, from the direction as well, I think he was like trying to fire upon, like, not on DCM in particular specifically as well. I think he was just in the passenger seat, just trying to go for a spray drive-by. Casually just dropping into DCM. I might be wrong though. Hopefully we got to highlight to see that, because just seeing for the character model alone, I thought it was just focusing somewhere else. But of course, DCM literally dead right in the center, surrounded by all forms of enemy. Sure, that's great. You're in the circle for sure, but the question is, how long can you keep themselves hidden from, or at least avoid drawing the attention of others here? Because that's a very nice ditch they're in for nades to be launched upon in as well. So I guess the goal is just be as silent as much as possible, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen DCM in the center position, and historically, it's never been great when they're smack dab in the center of the circle. The last time they were there, they had to deal with 3 different teams on all corners, and they eventually bowed out in that match itself. And that was the one bad game they had yesterday. Them reflecting that might have similar consequences or outcome, but let's see. So far, it hasn't been great for them. Meanwhile, NRG gets shot off from the skies. It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it's just someone we used to know.
It's falling loot, guys. It's falling loot. But of course, unfortunately for NRG, losing 2 members within mid-descent, 2 will still be able to find sanctuary in the house, in the real estate that they have, but they're not really out of the clear. Savage Man, they do have a nice two 2-2 setup, both left and right. Got this nice crossfire of a setup. Pretty much similar to what Kiwa did on the map of Tago. And of course, Nexus playing around the sewers. But Love Esports does find their hands in against Happy Squad. And Roy Esports is also going to be joining in the blood, in terms of the bloodshed here. And will reduce even more members of Happy Squad.
Oh, Love Esports talking about going towards the happy zone here. It's 10th trip. Might be on his last trip here as all the members of Love comes in front, back, and center. Takes him out. Immediately goes in for the revive. Crazy Nine's got his eyes, but Kiwa drive into a ditch, and what else would you expect? Gets ejected. All the members of Kiwa seem to be dropping like flies, but the one, it's Trick, left to his shenanigans, and for him to use whatever trick he have in the book to try and make it out alive and bring some value back onto Kiwa, but unfortunately out the lobby is the only disappearing trick that he knows.
I guess Nexus is going to be the king of the trench here, of the trenches here, because so far able to wipe out the entire squad of Kiwa Esports as they were unaware of their current presence being set up in the sewers itself. However, PMA this time, let's see whether they have a better interaction compared to what Kiwa was doing as they crashed into the sewers here. PMA landing into the compound. Are they aware as whether KB is within the vicinity? I don't think KB drove here, right? I think he came on foot, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually not. Okay, with that nade alone, pretty sure they know that there's someone within the facility. It goes in. Leo gets the first knock. They'll clear out the entire house to ensure this is going to be their compound alone here. And a lone KB member, LYP, will fall.
I think it's because there are stray vehicles nearby that they somewhat knew, PMA knew that it's within the area.
Yeah, I didn't see the other stray vehicles. We were like just at the house. That's why I was wondering, did they know or not? But yeah, like you said, there was vehicles nearby. We didn't get to see that angle yet.
Yeah, which is a good thing. Now PMA has got 4 different vehicles to play around with. They took 3. They didn't want a bike because, you know, we all agree bikes were dangerous. But now they might look into the crash into X-Men. If not, X-Men might fire towards the likes of PMA. However, X-Men's got their plate full with NRG, gatekeeping their pathway into Circle. So PMA, they'll find the easier path, rotate through the long side here into Zone. But they're now in an open area. Where do they go?
Are they gonna repeat the exactly what Kiwa Esports was doing as they entered the trench?
No.
They will dive in, crash down. Sally vehicle will do quite the damage to Leo. He still stands tall, and Pixel Style will go toe to toe with Zenny's from the other side. But what about Nexus and the sewers here? We're seeing kill scores flooding the kill screen right now here, as lives are being lost from respective teams across the map. NRG will be eliminated from the round courtesy of Savage Man Esports here by Save the Sand alone. But sadly, the remaining member of PMA will be annihilated away by courtesy of Nexus. They're like trapdoor spiders, okay, as they draw their prey within the dens and finish them off for good.
Yo, Nexus, you know this works. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. You're 8 kills up now. I've never seen Nexus this successful in a single lobby. They're 14th place, by the way, but with the 8 kills, maybe they might just reach on higher, potentially making it into the top 10 position. So setting them up for better success comes day number 3. But first, they still have not wrapped up the day just yet.
Quick drive-by before even Kunyi could take a chance. He dropped out of the vehicle. Although he gets knocked in the process here, one call will be removed away. Of course, but their final nail in the coffin is going to be the hands of Crazy 9. Savage Man Esports, they saw the flaming vehicles. They can no longer ignore of the fact that there is definitely a team within the sewer areas. And finally, they got the confirmation. Yes, Nexus still is here. They are being a threat. They are in the zone, denying them, and Savage Esports, they're not comfortable the fact that their edges is not fully cleared out. They intend to clear them out before moving forward here. And DCM, they still have I guess you could say DCM still have a little bit of a luxury, but I think they got actually tagged a little by the direction of spray fire from Pubg.
I think this is a perfect game for DCM, right? Whoever's fighting in the trenches, the survivor is going to be DCM's for the taking, or even X-Men right now. DCM could pretty much come in and third party from the far side.
No way.
Light and Bobby gets member of X-Men, Lucky J and Oliver down on their knees. It's two men up against the four, but it gets shot in the back lines. Prince will come in with the cover fire and secures it. Again, Nexus is walking away with cold-blooded murder right now. DCM, surely you see this entire commotion. Do they look to capitalize on it?
Oh, Nexus, they put a toll, Keep. They put a massive toll, and the price is high for sure. And so far, anyone who has passed that toll couldn't really find a way past them at all. Quite the gatekeepers for the south side of the edge here. But you know, eventually, Keith, that circle, that phase 6 is gonna force them out in the open here, and hopefully they find better lucks. Because let's be honest, Pubg, they're hearing this all the time here, and getting ready to greet them in kind. Unless they run into DCM first here. It all comes down to how well ISG is able to force out DCM, or the other way around here. A lot of third-party potential towards the south side of the circle for sure here. But inside, we'll find Feven, but same goes for Pubg here, as they all take their turns and taking a couple of pot shots at him.
Well, he's got the nade all primed up, playing from a ditch. Never have I said that your advantage is from the low ground, but they decimate. They seem to make it work right now, using it as covers. They've got the one member of ISG. Do they look to follow suit? Or are they going to give it up to chance for Runx to maybe come in for the revive? Runx, a little bit too hasty with that decision, understanding that it's an entire team waiting out for you, and Pixel Stars come in from the back lines. Spray and pray. It was a drive-by and a rollover. Roadkill goes the way. It is ISG, the team with the back-to-back chicken dinners, find themselves back out into the lobby.
Oh yeah, Pixel Star wasn't comfortable on the north side of the circle because, as you can see from Inside's point of view, it's flatland. There's no cover here. So I think Pixel Stars just wanted to see if they got a little bit more of a better chance or a better cover towards the south side. They did manage to find ISG, completely eliminated, of course, working hand in hand with DCM and Pubg here. But now the threat hasn't subsided. Pixel Stars still need to clear out DCM here. And DCM, they gotta play their cards right here. They're boxed in between both Pubg as well here. So gotta ensure hopefully the circle plays in their favor, but no. It will go to the hand unnaturally to the hands of Pubg and even Pixel Star. DCM is currently at the mercy of two separate teams. Could be a third if Nexus decide to spring out from their sewer safety here and flank them from the back line. It is a treacherous situation. Could mean troubling for DCM here, Keith.
Well, DCM, I think they've done pretty well so far. This is their map. They're comfortable. You could tell it. They have their eyes onto Pixel Stars. I doubt Nexus would want to try and take a jab at DCM because they've got Pubg way close nearby, and I think that would be immediate priority as compared to DCM. So DCM could, maybe, they don't know that, but however, I think from a bird's eye point of view, they should be a bit more in a relaxed position. They only need to address Pixel Stars, who's currently within their knowledge and range of fire. So things will slow down for a bit here, but right now within circle, only Pubg finds their foothold within that zone, that circle, and they'll play gatekeepers and perhaps take a book from Nexus and set up a toll in which its payment is your life.
It is tough. They're biding their time here. Time is running out here. But thankfully, with the movement of Love Esports here, it's definitely drawing some of the majority of the members of Pubg here. Does this spell an opportunity for DCM to push out here? So far, the kill streak isn't really popping up just yet. So maybe they're just winning it out a little bit longer here. There's still a minute left on the clock here. They can try to bait them out of time. It looks like Nexus is finally laying down fire upon DCM just for the minimap trajectory alone. Love Esports intends to go to the north side. We'll find that there's barely any cover. That's pretty much why Pixel Stars decides to go to the south side of the map here in this case. A nade beautifully connecting on M here. Rudiman was able to find his mark on the other end here. Can M find a way? Unfortunately not. He actually burns Flood alive in the process because he actually got knocked down while trying to cook down the Molotov here. And now it all comes down to the last few remaining members of DCM. Can they find the light at the end of the tunnel? Unfortunately not. All they will see is pixel stars across their screens. And now we come down to our remaining top 4, and Pixel Star sitting up with a really hefty number of 11 kills. Same goes for Nexus as well.
It's the battle of the bottom scrapers here, the bottom feeders. Both Nexus and Pixel Stars only 12 and 13 in placing. Trading hits, trading blow with nades on nades. Who's going to come out on top? Only 1 point deferring the two, both at 11 kills. CJ finds his way behind tree lines, tries to find his opportunity to spray towards the likes of Nexus. Nexus still concealed, but they are playing by the edge, and immediately Circle draws further away from Nexus itself. So Pubg will play gatekeepers in this instance. Prince lays on his belly, tries to be the snake in the grass, trying to be all quiet, but for eventually they're going to have to leave home, and that is what's happening right now. Prince onto his knees, the first time he's ever been, like a peasant. Meanwhile, Weibo will try and go pick him up.
Last member standing for Nexus side. He does have the cover of the smoke for safety, but let's just see how long as Rudiban is circling around, will find its target and finally finish off the remaining members of Nexus here, leading to our final 3. Crazy 9. He must be quite crazy to still sticking out alive, but it doesn't really have much of a choice. Pixel Stars is coming in. They know the stars are aligning. They will try to crash alongside of a Crazy 9. Plans not to go down without a fight. We'll get the first kill scores to send the message out. Hey guys, come at me. I'm ready for you. And he will prep to take this fight head on, but he is stuck between the cars and the rocks in a high place. Sadly, eventually the vehicle will implode and will flip him out and finish out the remaining member of Love Esports. Pixel Stars didn't expect such onslaughts from the last member of Love Esports here. And sadly, he will die out to the zone. And that will mean Pubg will take the first chicken dinner in match number 5 of day number 2.
I noticed that good play right there.
11.
Pixel Stars actually denying that points onto the way of Pubg themselves. Understanding that they are only one interchangeable. They are one position away from each other. And so he decides, it's a one man up against an entire army. It's not worth it. I'm going to deny that points from them and just die off in the blue. Well, congratulations nonetheless, though, to the team with the winner chicken dinner. Pubg raise one up for the Philippines.
Oh yeah, CJ will be very happy about this as well. Ex-member of our Angel Predators. Definitely couldn't ask for a more better mentor to mentor all your 3 mentees as well. They had their limelight throughout the past 11 matches that we had during day 1 and day number 2 here. I'm happy to find that they're finally able to at least achieve one of the few things on their checklist here, and it's to achieve that chicken dinner for themselves here. But you know, throughout the game, it's been pretty hectic, as you notice. From the reason why we see a lot more conflict than usual, or at least much more earlier on, Keith, is mainly because of how the circle was being centralized, right? It just kept going to flat land, open areas, and everyone just somewhat understands, you know what, we gotta get that first. And even if we did, the team needs to literally solidify their positioning as well, which what Nexus did really phenomenally here, as they not only clear 1 or 2 but 3 teams alone by themselves, taking advantage of the environment and the positioning of they have. So really well done coming in from Nexus here.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus definitely stole the limelight. How they kept getting away with it. Their method to the madness. Just wait and they shall come. And they did. They raked in, I think, the most kills you've ever seen by the team itself. Does push them up the ranks a little bit, but will it be significant? I guess when you're playing down at the bottom, every point is significant to set you up for a better tomorrow. And meanwhile, DCM, this could have been close here, but unfortunately, we'll have to bow out for the likes of Pixel Stars. All the teams saturated down below. Love did a very, very extremely great maneuver to play their life out until 3rd placing here. They too were coming in from the southern side, but recognizing the saturation, they drove the long way and came in from northern side of the circle itself and got themselves, well, a position higher than they should have been eliminated with.
Oh yeah, but also I like to give kudos to Crazy Nine as well. He really made things so difficult for Pixel Stars. He really made his life not cheap at all. No. I mean, the cost of his life was going to be very costly as well. He really put the numbers in, because Pixel Stars, I believe they still had 3 additional members on their end as well. They, especially when you go for squad versus squad in that final, for that final confrontation, you would love to have as many members as much as possible. And Crazy Nine just literally destroyed that facade that Pixel Stars had as before they go toe-to-toe with Pubg for sure. But regardless, that was a really nice classic game of match 5, a lot more chaotic. I love the chaos as well, but I mean that's because of mainly the nature of the circle. Really, we got to see quite the surprise coming in from Nexus, really popping off with the location that they had. DCM really showed their tenacity as they fight out with various teams in there with the position that they have towards that final circle. But of course, here's our top 4 teams with the graphics here. Pubg taking things off with the chicken dinner, alongside with Pixel Star, almost very similar total damage count here with a small difference of 20 points. However, utility-wise, you can definitely tell Pixel Stars, they've been in and out of combat, but not as much as Nexus here. 25 smokes, by the way. 25.
And it just so happens it had to be a smoke, right? Like they're already playing a trapdoor spider. Now they have all these concealed plays as well, deployments, just to make it even more oblivious for the rest of the lobby. People just keep falling like flies, one after another. Now, I think I'd like to circle back to what you said. Love's role towards the final circle has been paramount, right? It's easy to snooze on that. Sure, they got themselves up a ranking by surviving a little bit higher through that rotation. But they did come in as upsets towards Pixel Stars, who could have easily stood toe-to-toe with Pubg themselves. So they really, it was a burn of resourcefulness right there. Meanwhile, Pubg, they're obviously the absolute champion right now. 9 kills, 1 winner chicken dinner thus far. 1.8 in the damage itself, evenly distributed across the members in terms of the damage. So this is one more for the Philippines, I guess, as if Happy hasn't been the hugest improved team so far.
Yeah, but I'm really glad to see, because initially we were somewhat deliberating between the first and 3 matches, right? We were somewhat deliberating on the fact that whether it was going to be the light or the state of the other teams. However, once we got to that 5th match, everyone is outperforming in their own way, in their own manner as well. May not be the more casual or like the action or the route that we're more used to or accustomed to, but it's definitely still very fun to watch here. But of course, this is the match leaderboard from the match alone. Definitely seeing a little bit of a switch here. DCM being tenacious as they was able to steal away a couple of kills and some placement points for themselves here before moving forward. But let's see how much of a difference here. I don't think it's going to be changing much for the top 3 at least, Keith, because unless Kiwa had achieved a couple more kills or points for themselves, we might see the change. However, DCM was the one that stuck it out the longest, so they'll still maintain their first 2 spots, but same goes to Kiwa. Happy, same, I believe it's pretty much the same, except for this time, we do see Love Esports with a difference of points as they brought PMA to that 6th rank.
Yeah, I mean, DCM, they have to count their lucky stars, right? I don't call it luck, but I mean, it's luck for them that Kiwa bowed out too soon for 2 games in a row. So Kiwa hasn't been making progress significantly on the charts. This creates buffer time for DCM, and they have been trying to put points in between them at 116 right now. But we do have one more game to play for the day. It's going to be another Erangel match. So I guess for the likes of Kiwa, who did not really perform in the previous one, this should be redemption route. This could be the game that takes them ahead. They're only in difference for about 20 points from the top. Very doable if they pull in another a happy squad scenario and rake in about 23 kills in a single game.
Oh yeah. And the crazy thing about it as well, there was a lot of damage being handled, right? I think like so far we've only been seeing like the total amount of damage across like our top 4 teams. But if you look across like from just the kill streak alone, right, from various squad members, I'm pretty sure we're seeing everyone also dishing out just as much damage. Probably not as much compared to like some of the teams that bail out relatively earlier than usual. But I'm talking about when we're slowly getting to that phase 3 onwards, right? The remaining teams, everyone was just training out because of the nature of the circle. It's not the most ideal spot, especially when teams was able to get to those various compound. Pubg, for example, they got to that center part of that wheat field, and they just sat there for multiple phases. They're like, you know what, we're not moving unless forced upon by the circle. But the luck of the circle really played in their favor here, so they had all the benefits of just casually tagging out any player that came within the vicinity. But I think the same could be said for any of the teams, as they're just forced to just be compacted with everyone else as they got closer to it, because there's just really not much places for safety or sanctuary or covers in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe it's the nature of the zone that we were closed in. So it's pretty much quite open with maybe a few advantages through the terrain. So most teams usually fight for that singular location and therefore feels a little bit more compact than you would have liked. But I guess we'll see in this next game. But fun fact, though, still on the overall for individual player and their performance, surprisingly, Empt is the one that leads the charts here for DCM at 86 TWR. Roy gets pushed down at 83. Kiwa Trike at 82. And the rest, and all 3 slots under that, takes the way of DCM. Now, they're easily slept on because they're not taking the limelight as they did in day number 1. But it's really easy to forget that DCM's bad games are a minimum of still 5 kills in the bag.
Right. And it's also most of the time, it's just, I think 3 of those matches that really shut them down was just unfortunate positioning, right? It's like as they're traversing the land, they ended up having their back against like a massive cliff. Marama, for example. We have one in Tego where they were just dead set in the center, and it was like a bowl of a positioning. So it was a really prime positioning where people with Vantage Pro could just lob nades upon them or pretty much snipe them out. What Love Esports was pretty much doing to them as well. I think even for even today's game, Tego, I believe it was Tego once more, they had no choice but to run through multiple teams who had already set up this impenetrable line of defense here. So wherever they were going to go, they were going to be gunned upon, they were going to be fired upon. There was no real safe route here. So at least in that round, that previous map, they definitely had a more comfortable position. At least they were able to take fights on their turns until we started seeing Pixelstar started pressuring them as they were also trying to gain control of the respective areas. As you know, there's barely any covers left in that final area during the last map of Erangel here. So, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to our final map of day number 2. Once more, it's going to be Erangel. What a way to close out the night with the map that started it all here in the PUBG scene here. The flight path, actually, it's relatively similar to the last flight path, right? Like,
it's a day 1 flight path, actually.
Oh, right.
It's a day 1 flight path. That's why you see that. We talked about this, right? And that's why DCM has to crash onto Georgia Pole when they're a Severny team because of the flight path. This is similarly in day 1, and I guess it's the same circle in day 1. It's a Zarky circle too.
Yeah, all right, pretty cool. And I think, like, you know, it's like you said, if it's like exactly like day 1, I'm pretty sure the players would have recalled it as well in memory. That area, Highlands, you gotta get there. You gotta get there. I know ideally players would love to play around the edge when it comes to your wrangle, but there are just some situations where the circle doesn't really give you that kind of opportunity as well. So, you know, but I'm not gonna doubt the players. They've been pretty adaptive so far. And of course, when it comes with adaptation, it comes with several conflicts with clashes of ideas from other teams as well. So pretty good to see how the teams were to rectify the problem.
Yeah, it could be a problem for others, I guess, those that didn't really perform in day 1. However, I would say DCM is one of the highly performing team during the period itself.
Oh, yeah,
however, it is PMA who won that game. So could this finally be a chance for PMA to steal the spotlight even for the brief moment here? Because it's been a while since we've seen them doing remarkable things within this lobby.
Yeah, the past few matches hasn't been very favorable for them as well. Like it felt like from their their greatest their gusto that they had from match one after winning out the chicken dinner for day number one. It just started slowly going downhill with every unfortunate situation as well. So I do love the bravado that they have here. Hopefully they get this nice burst of vigor in this last round and hopefully it carries forward to day number 3 here. But let's not talk about tomorrow. Let's currently focus on this last final match here. See Love Esports a little bit positioned quite far away from the rest of the squad, but like this is just one of those few times where because of the fly path, you try to tend to not end up turning a certain compound or a certain area into a hot zone or a hot drop. So teams tends to take the more safer path. Although it may not be the most ideal location, but teams will just have no choice but to just split off to just salvage for supplies, whatever they can get, no matter how small it is or minimal it is.
Well, talking about minimal arguments, one call about to have that one with Happy, who's crashing onto compound immediately. Evil Patrick gets alarmed from all cylinders, left, right, center, shooting one way. Happy, Evil Patrick nearly bows out. They will get Aya, which unfortunately, fortunately, comes and produce G-Coin. From his death, you get rewarded. Make sure to be claiming that code up on screen here. It's a limited time offer. If you miss this one, you're not going to be getting it again. So please do so. It's G-Coin once again.
It's really great. The man fell, but I guess you could say with one passing comes a new here. So here's your G-Coin event codes, ladies and gentlemen. Like Keith said, redeem it while you can. It's gone now, but I hope you guys got the opportunity to redeem it. Get some nice G-Coin for yourself here for the betterment, or at least increase more betterment in your PUBG gameplays. But of course, regardless, back to the game itself. One call had a nice pickoff for an unexpected visitor here, and I think also Happy Squad didn't expect them either. But the vehicle that one call has, was it a vehicle that they actually took it for themselves, or was it something that ER had initially and just fell while doing the mid rotation here?
I think it's the one they had for themselves, because if I'm not mistaken, Evil Patrick was a solo inside the vehicles, crashing onto the compound with the rest supposedly playing cover fires, out looking from the back end. So, yeah, I believe it's their own, but I could be wrong. I wasn't there to see. Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either, right? Because it felt like the storyline. It felt like he wanted to reach that compound to start looting for supplies, and then EA was in his own respective vehicle, but also got gunned down in the midst of the process here. So, but yes, I almost wasn't too sure because we had the different POVs at the time, right? We were focusing a little bit more on Evil Patrick as he was trying to make that quick getaway. But now we got a nice point of view from PMA. Happy Squad had a little bit of a chaotic encounter with one call initially. It looks like they're about to face another encounter with another squad. But I think they heard the audio cue. They heard the vehicles being revved up as well. So I believe they're gonna be trying to take the safer route. I love that this look.
Oh,
okay,
JFT.
hold on. JFT. Are they
Oh,
gonna
the
crash?
crashers.
Okay, here comes the crash. It begins, kid.
It's the signature Oceania meta right now in the garage. Tries to go in, but the spray is there to pretty much greet one member. It's Pubg Cherry from the windows. Now not looking very well for the Oceania regions. Oh, they're losing members, but they do have one member on top doing their own cleanup, going in for the revive, but right there gets to retaliate. But it is Justice for Tomorrow who will not live to see tomorrow. How unfortunate.
Dude, love esports. I'm pretty sure they're just shouting out, right? We've been through this rodeo before. We're not surprised. Come and get us, guys. Wow, what a hole. Seriously, what a hole. Well done coming from Love Esports as well. And I love the positioning too for the crossfire. The minute they heard the vehicles coming in, straight away we saw a player like standing position towards the stairway, right? Because that's possibly one of the most safest spots from any grenades that's going to be lobbing through the window area. Get a player also playing at towards the side door, the small room side doors as well. So you got this really nice crossfire between the garage entrance and the side door entrance as well. So really nice setup for defense. They did get one knock in the end, but they couldn't really get the kill point for it here. So Love Esports will still retain all 4 members here, and they also got a couple of four kill points out of it at the same time. So really well done, really well fought. Pixel Stars, on the other hand, not much confrontation here on the north side of Georgia Paul here. I believe Irohani, Perpetual Samurai, they were currently on the south side, but I don't think they're going to be taking any time soon to cross over via the bridge here. Hopefully, we won't see a repeat of yesterday's interaction when it comes from traversing South Georgia Paul Bridge to the north side.
I mean, Bridges always comes with
A
the
toll,
whole
right?
thought. Yeah, it comes with a toll, right? But it's the fact that you're going to funnel your members through. But hold that thought, though, as, gets shot down, NRG. Nothing clips there, so they'll be fine. But yes, Bridges, I think the whole crippling part about crossing through Bridges is the fact that you have to funnel through one of the most predictable pathing, right? At that point, if you're an experienced veteran of a player, you can even just pre-aim to where you know that they're going to pass and ensure that it clips onto them already. So, unfortunate for that. Meanwhile, Decimate, though, takes the kill instead. Now, they're the ones with the sharpshooters on their side, already taking the leaderboards onto their names, and now taking NRG as well. Points across the board. They have 2 kills, I believe, once the guy who's on his knees finally goes down as a confirmation, or it could be the first. Could be the first.
It's the great migration, Keith. NRG is making the great path all the way to the center of the circle. I mean, like what we saw from the flight path and where the circle ended up dictating towards the northwest side, literally the top left side of the map as well. So a lot of the teams who actually drop towards the south side definitely have a lot of leeway to a lot of grounds to cover as they're trying to get to a more secure spot. And of course, teams will tend to try to predict like where the circle is most likely going to be. If it ends up going to Georgia Paul's side, that's be fun. It's compound. There's a lot of building areas. But if it goes to those mountain ranges, between shooting range and Zarki, mountain ranges, you can notice from the ground, the landscape design as well. It's pretty much why you see like both Love Esports and NRG is currently there. DCM also have a very similar idea on where the circle might be like as well. And it seems like it's been pretty fair. It's been going to the central side. I guess we'll only find its most possible conclusion, Keith, once we get to that phase 3 or phase 4.
Yeah, right now the landscape's just too wide to tell. To at least for teams to heavily invest in a singular location, it's a bit too tough to make that decision. But if that's a high ground, I think it's almost a de facto choice that teams would go for. I mean, King of the Hills, right? He who gets the eyes across the valley gets the kill, and X-Men immediately with the Great Migration already crossing that bridge. So this is and Pixel Stars already waiting them from the end there. This is what we were just talking about earlier, how dangerous it is for teams to be crossing bridges. Oh.
Oh, there it is. One call. They're hearing a lot of engines passing by. Snoopy tends to join in the suit. He gets tagged out for the drive-bys, and the crash is coming in for PMA. He gets one, trying to go for the spray transition to the south side, but fails to do so. As IMP will also suck around the compound and will be able to get Snoopy in the process here. However, the damage has been done. One has been knocked. A couple of tags from Savior. Also, they're going to be third party for the other side. That's a Jiggle Peek for the corner here. Will he find success? Yes, he will! As the pre-firing will pull through for Bully Popular here. But Kiki tries to find angle, but he can't. The high ground advantage pulls through here against Kiki. 2 members remaining for one call. One in the building. He's playing pretty close to the side of the doors here. But sadly, he never checked the bathroom and will get cornered in. And one call will fall. The defense of the compound of the household will be in PMA's success.
He did one of the absolute most rookie mistakes ever, and that is not checking your corners. The man was just right there. He walks past by it, gets shot in the back. What a way to go. Meanwhile, Axeman on that hill, he saw the entire commotion, but eyes onto Pixel Stars. Here's Evil Patrick from Happy Squad. Is remain prone behind the guys of this windows. Unfortunately, 1v3. There's just not enough within the chamber to even dish that much of a damage. So that will be the end for the likes of the Happy crew here. Meanwhile, PMA actually, again, eyes onto X-Men out in the valley.
Finally, that's the kind of vigor we're looking for the last map. It's all coming from PMA. That's great. Even if they want to waste out the resources, they could. Nope. Hold the phone. Sadly, Goodbye is going to be sending his farewells to Bobby. He's dead set stuck out in the open there. Could he try to get behind the car in time? Maybe his allies can come to go for the revives here. Currently within cover. I think it should be fine if his allies choose to come in here, but they need to get a little bit of intel here. We do see one currently in around, but the other two with the marksman rifle in hand, trying to see if they can try to zone out some of the members of Pubg for coming in. There's the vehicle, there's the getaway, that's the reinforcement picked up here to try to save Private Ryan here. But here comes the circle, Keith. We'll finally know where it goes, and it still goes to the open area here. DCM, they're happy about this, but they need to secure the edges here. And it looks like Bobby will not get that pickup saves and will fall to the hands of Goodbye Pubg.
Well, the relocation squad dropped on Axeman onto Pixel Star's compound. It's a 3v2 situation, but easily averaged out into a 2v2 fight as they get sprayed down. Lucky J is getting traded up in the process, dropping like flies. Axeman leaving one member's left to try and win this one out, but surely Pixel Stars, all members still standing strong. It's as if nothing's ever happened, and we've seen this twice now coming out from X-Men. They crashed onto Roy. They crashed onto Pixel Stars. It's the same fate. They just cannot land their shots.
Oh, hold the phone. They're getting tags from where? That's going to be PMA, of course. Going to be returning the courtesy here. But they still have the edge. They're still currently at the edge of the safe zone here. But it's not really the best of cover. It's still pretty open. He does have his UAZ in hand. Lun gonna be dropping a couple of love taps before excavating from the location here. Whereas here, I don't know why, but for some reason we've been seeing a lot of interaction between Pubg and Zen Esports quite often nowadays. I can never forget this color scheme so far on the minimap at all.
I think that's the most natural thing to do, right? If you were the in-game leader, you're not performing well. The number one thing is I'm trying to avoid as much as I can with the teams who are currently firing insanely well. So I'll find weaknesses within a circle, recognizing their patterns and their pathways, and say, hey, maybe this is a team we think we can fight them. Yeah, let's choose to go this way, and they just naturally coming close to each other. But that's all in theory. They still need to be able to be to wipe the enemy team when that situation comes, and I guess we'll see within the next few circles here.
Oh. The blue zone skin is currently en route to the rest of the squad. Most teams is most likely to be forced in shortly as well. Sure, I mean it doesn't hurt that much now. Probably phase 4. That's when you start to feel the numbers coming in. But Zen, they're going to be taking a nice slow approach. It is the final map as well, so trying to see if they can try to find any fortunate scenarios here. I think it's the same playbook as well when it comes from Irohani played the Samurais as well, the Japanese team. It worked for them for the second and third match. Wait, was it the second, third match? Or was it, sorry, the third and fourth match, the back-to-back chicken, and it worked well for the Japanese team. And now they're going to keep at it, as you know the saying, Keith, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it. Now the circle, woo! Still open area here, but you do have the corner.
Yeah, that circle's broken. Just went all the way east, and now Pixel Stars has to fight Roy. Now, it goes down to that question, do you really want to take this fight? Because the circle just updated and it's going away. And look at that. This was what Nexus should have been doing in that previous game in Tego. Roy, they were ready to fight it out for the edge of the circle. The moment it updated, they're like, nah. What's the best outcome from this? We win the team fight, we still have to make the move. It's just not worth it. The worst case scenario, we lose and we die, and it's not even the zone in the first place. Right? So well, Pixel Stars, now they're finding themselves behind, being the late movers here. Roy will find their way on the inside.
Yeah, they're buying them time, but I love the fact that they choose not to take the same route with Roy Esports. So at least now they got that intel, right? Like, okay, there's a team that's going to be playing on the west side. Let's see if they can find better chances they were to divert it to a different direction here. Jervis, on the other hand, There's spots on the member. He actually got the tag within midway here. But will that stop the momentum of the pursuit coming in from Pixel Stars here? Nope, not gonna start at all. They're pedal to the metal. They're getting out of this. They're like, nope, we're not gonna take this fight. We just want to run. We just want to be free men here. Nothing to see, nothing to look for, guys. But sadly, for a second I thought they actually got the knock, but no. They actually got two knocks in the process here coming in from PMA. But at the same time, they did run into the Japanese team as well. It looks like Pixel Stars and ISG will have a very rude encounter for themselves here. And they will actually trade off a couple of members for themselves. But PMA, they smell the blood. Oh, and they know it's good. They smell fear. And they smell 3 points. They want it. They're going for it. It's not really the slice of heaven, but they did get a piece of fever instead. But then again, NRG, they also want a piece of the action and will be third-partying in for the sidelines here. Now the fight suddenly became a complete four-way here. And finally, the Japanese team entirely annihilated before they got a chance to make waves in this match.
While all that happening, I remember seeing KB leaving one member in the blue. I wonder why that is. That member is just down and out now. Look at that. KB lost one member, and they've not engaged in a fight. They were coming in northern side from DCM, and I saw 3 of them make their way into circle. They left one member tanking the blue. Too soon, I would think. But I guess questionable plays right there.
Yeah, it could be just one of those moments. You miss the timing. When I said we gotta go, we gotta go. I'm sorry, brother.
Oh well, heaven smiles
okay.
upon DCM here. DCM against Kiwa. Now this is going to be interesting, right? Remember, the 2 of these teams are competing for the top spot. So
recognizing each other's positions for sure. Well, are they going to take on the conflict? I'm not too sure about that one. However, speaking of taking on fights, it seems that Xiao Fang with the spray control. Great knockdown on E-Tord here, but Swan was there to quickly rectify and equalize the scoreline here. But again, NRG making their way in, try to hold down the fort here, but Zen Esports will have the final say as they secure one part of the edge. Now all that's left is Pubg. They're good neighbors on the right side. However, on the west side of the circle, Keith, we have a competition between Roy Esports and KB. And KB, they choose not to go quietly into the night. No, they're very happy with their crash plane side here. They want in. They want full control. They're moving into it. They're getting ready to jump down as well. Defensive smoke coming in from one of the members of Roy Esports as EDV King try to revive one of the members, TD here. But more nades. Blue zone grenades also being thrown out. Hopefully try to force them out of the circle. And it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Does a lot of damage to the nade. Will finally put EDV King down to the ground as any esports will join in the fray.
Well, KB, good composure, not so hasty right there. Although they could have made that push, but they did trade with the one member inside the ditch. Extending a little bit too much with no information. A little bit of a questionable play coming out by RZRZ. And now KB just instantly handicapped themselves against the like of Roy, who's only got one member down comparatively to KB, who's only have one member up. And so that nade, flashbang gets tossed on forward. PMA is now eliminated, but the fight between Roy Esports and KB is looking like it might be set in stone unless this revive could do anything about it.
Oh yeah, Roy Esports, that's definitely sending the clear message right there, saying like, hey, you know, you'll be feeling a little bit overzealous, wish to overcommit. Yeah, Roy Esports was well prepared to actually go for the punish here. But you know, Pog finally goes down by the hands of Nexus as well here. But finally, they got all the necessary revive. They're slowly making their way in. They do find an opportunity. One of the members of Roy Esports, Detroit, is currently knocked down on the ground. Pretty much equalize the scoreline here, but they're getting tagged out by Zen Esports as well here. Zen Esports, they can't see Roy Esports. So since the angle of the ditch they're currently in, this doesn't give them that lines of sight. However, it's a little bit different story for KB, as they now forced out in the open and choked out by the blue zone. He will die to the zone as well here, but the rest of the squad trying to find ways to get in. Argon, last member, toning it down, trying to see if he can do as much damage as possible, but sadly will not find the line of sight and will be the 7th team to be eliminated away. 6 more remain, Keith. And this circle, my God.
It's just open fields from here on out. Yeah.
It's
I
open
think that's why
season, ladies and gentlemen.
DCM's a bit hesitant trying to leave their high ground. I mean, they're comfortable on the top side here. Oh,
What?
From from the depths of the blue, he gets that kill. Zen maybe shouldn't count count people on the outside of the blue zone out just yet. And as they look towards that direction, Nexus comes in from the next. Immediately pinches him a little bit. That should be warning shots enough, but that saturation of team between Roy, Zen, and Nexus stays towards the southern side of this circle itself. It's going to be bloodbath here. Meanwhile, DCM and Kiwa stays up freely on the top side. Is that Zen out? A member out at the very least, leaving only one to play around. That member from Zen could be the thorn to Nexus's bush.
It could really be that thorn, but at the same time, so much conflict is happening on the south side of the map. It feels so it's so mirroring different from the north side between DC and Kiwa, where it's just absolute silence. I guess they took the vow of secrecy because they just don't intend to look for any fights at all. Although finally, we did see a couple of pre-firing coming from, I believe it was from Insight as well, and spot some of the members of Roy Esports here. But here's the problem: Roy Esports has to juggle between two teams at the same time. Can Detroit make the magic happen with the nade in hand here? He spot the UAZ, couldn't find the connection in here, and finally Wenbo was able to find the last member of Zen Esports here, but they're not out of the clear. Half of the team is currently going toe-to-toe with Nexus, and they're finding great success. What about Detroit, though? He does get a nice nade on one of the members of DCM here. Can he get the second one? He gets a good tag. He's confident with the spray, but I think Kiwa is also joining in the fray with a couple of tags on the sideline as a third party here. And now DCM is in a complete disarray. However, Roy Esports still juggling it. They're doing exceptionally well at it. They're being quite consistent with it, and Trick will get another knock on one of the members here, courtesy of Kiwa finding an opportunity, the third party. This was the moment. This was the time. And Chibra is closing in distance here.
Oh no, it's the battle between the two top contenders right now within the league. Kiwa could very much upset DCM. I was wondering, why did DCM leave their zone earlier on, and after looking at a bird's eye view, they wanted this high ground. That's why they tried to push onto the likes of Roy, because it's a gradient, but now Circle closes onto Kiwa. So all smiles onto Kiwa as the most likely to take over that #1 spot. Kiwa, unfortunately, have been playing safe, much like DCM. Don't have much of a kill score, though. So even if they did end up with the chicken dinner, I reckon it won't be enough to take over. However, it will set them up closer for that #1 spot. And DCM, I'd hate to lose it, not just about now.
Oh, okay, DCM is taking the initiative as they take on into the vehicle, driving straight down. Trick, they don't know about Trick being at the sideline here. Was able to get one knock on top of Monte. Look at Roy Esports. They got the high vantage point as well. They will join in the slaughter here.
What?
And completely remove Decibel Gaming as they will literally team fight together. But with one of the main members of squad out of the picture here. And now comes down to Roy Esports and Kiwa Esports. Did they make the right call? We will only know after this conclusion of this final fight, as Roy Esports still has the advantage.
What was even that move, DCM? I do not know, but I guess it doesn't matter right now. It's yours to lose, and lose it you will. And now eyes onto Kiwa, who's taken the control of the entire circle. You could see he's trying to send Man onto the flank side here and poke Roy from the right. But I don't think it's going to be that easy. Roy does have the overseering advantage. They have the high ground, so they can peek down towards any sort of slithering movements coming out from Kiwa itself. Man gets knocked down from the head, leaving only 2 members behind. Roy slowly advances as they take over the last remaining circle and the play zone here. Already Elf King and Today inching closer, turning this far marksmanship battle into a close quarter soon enough. They've knocked down enough. Chidbrit is the only one remaining, and slowly but surely, they've spot him out, get shot on. The retaliate fire is that the information's been transferred. Roy Esports still not taking that hesitative leap or action. Slowing down actually, but 2 more coming in from the left surely can secure that. There's too many guns firing the way of one guy, and Roy Esports take home that final winner chicken dinner of day number 2.
Really well done. Although the gamble being made by DCM to take a more initiative, aggressive approach here to try to secure the back line. I guess they were hoping the fact that maybe during that time, Roy Esports would try to divert some of the attention, or at least a majority of the attention away from Kiwa Esports, away from them instead. But that didn't really happen at the time. They didn't really sync it alongside with Roy Esports here, unfortunately. But however, with that being said, a really good hole, but then again, that positioning, it's so tricky, right? It's pretty much similar to like what we were experiencing with what ISG did against PMA, where with the vantage point, and of course you saw the design, the descending design of the hill as well. It's absolutely perfect for rolling down utilities or grenades upon them as well. So you pretty much saw, I believe it was Mun, who was just having a ball of a time. Sorry, not Mun. Who was it? I'm not sure, but one of the members of Roy Esports was having a hell of a time just throwing nades because he knows naturally it's playing in his favor here. But regardless,
yeah, I mean,
what a well done game, really.
I do want to go back to that Decimate play, but I guess we'll see within this highlight here. So Decimate did pretty well for themselves, holding out their ground. Granted, they got the God Circle this time around. It does go to the path which they reside for 2 games in a row. However, the terrain was not one that's pretty much suitable for warfare, as it's all placed wide in the open. Happy with the nice attempt, but assume your theory is true, right? They were hoping that Roy gets into a battle with Kiwa in that final zone. Why did they wait for it to happen before making that rotation? Everyone was on a ceasefire, so when you turn on that car and start driving, you're literally the only target to be shot down. If not by Kiwa, by Roy Esports on the high ground.
Yeah, no, that's which is what I was saying just now, right? They didn't really sync up nicely with the timings here, but you know, regardless, you know, this is the IGL's decision. We will never know personally what's with the machinations of all these amazing players, right? We can only just pretty much just theory craft on the idea of what they're trying to go for, but of course, because if you think of it this way, right, they were able to, if QR wasn't able to line up those shots perfectly, even without the distraction of Roy Esports gunning upon them or gunning upon members of QR Esports, right, there's a lot of ifs kind of scenarios here. So regardless, the reality is Roy Esports taking position into the count, patience as well, and of course nabbing a decent amount of kills in the process here really allowed their stars to align to secure this first ever chicken dinner on their side here. Well done.
Well done indeed. Well, I guess it goes down to the suspenseful question, right? Did Kiwa did enough to be able to take over the #1 spot? I doubt so, because they have been pretty passive, but I'm pretty sure they got real close. I'm pretty sure, I reckon so, because it's a winner. I mean, a second place finish, that's 6 points on top of the 4 kills you have, so that's 10 points through. And last I checked, DCM was at 117, Kiwa was at 108, so 10 points should bring them closer. I mean, granted, DCM might go up a little bit because they have decent placement as well, but I guess we'll see. Nothing too much to worry about. However, what this is the end of today's sets of match. Comes tomorrow, DCM could have played real comfortably, but now they're going to be under such immense pressure to try and hold off some of those teams that are climbing up the ladders.
Yeah, they gotten real close as well. Like it's so different from day #1 as well. They had this massive lead, especially when you look, if you were to compare with firepower and playstyle as well, or aggressiveness. They were pretty much on top of a lot of things as well compared to the other teams that we have in this tournament alone. But suddenly day 2, everything felt like everything changed. Teams are stepping up. Teams are having a lot more vigor, a lot more aggressiveness in their gameplays as well. Even the quiet, the slow teams like ISG, yeah, sure, still playing slow in the beginning for sure. But once the circle played in their favors with the position that they have, that's when you start seeing the sharpness of their blades here coming from the samurais, as they were able to secure 2 chicken dinners back to back. Slow, sure, but still chicken dinners no less.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're one of those bottom teams, this is what you hope for, right? Like day 2 was that redemption route to at least keep you in the game or in competition for the top 6 spot itself. And ISG, they've done that beautifully. So last I checked, they were in the top 8 position. Maybe things have shifted since. Yeah, but we'll see later on in the leaderboard charts itself. But first, we do have the top 4 for that previous matchup here in Erangel. It's Roy Esports coming in with that heavy hitter. 1,718 damage, deploying nearly 20 smokes and 13 grenades with 5 Molotovs itself. Not so much with the concealment and utility play, but a bit higher in terms of the offensive deployables or throwables like the grenades.
Oh yeah, and the thing is this, right? We saw the numbers started racking up, especially once we started going towards the middle to late stage of the game, or at least towards the circle as well, right? The early game's a lot more slower, but when we got to that mid game, we start seeing Roy like encountering multiple teams during their rotation as well. But I guess the same could be said as teams was also going through their mid rotation, running into members of Roy Esports as well. You even saw during the last the last remaining 8 teams remaining in the last circle, we saw so much fight, so much chaos that's happening towards the south side of the circle on that high ground. It was only QR, Esports, and DCM, Decimal Gaming. They were very comfortable at the north side. They're like, you know what? We're just gonna do a couple of pot shots. That's about it. No one's really picking at each other. No one's trying to really reveal any of their plans. Those two was pretty much very peaceful. Full Zen mode on that north side. It was south side, it was all chaos. Everyone's just finding out. Everyone's just trying to juggle between multiple teams at the same time. Of course, eventually, Roy Esports was the one that came through here after such carnage, after such conflict. I guess you could say they were very warmed up for the final fight here, as Game Sense is currently at the peak after going through such carnage here with a whopping total damage of 1,718.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I kind of wish DCM crashed onto the compound of Kiwa, right? They were northern side, nothing was happening. DCM was in an open field that is not even a high ground. In fact, it was the foot of the hills itself. Yeah. Right? So they should have actually contested Kiwa in that compound, and maybe that ending would have been differently. Instead, they tried to make their way onto the high ground and crash onto the southern teams and the likes of Roy and so on and so forth. So again, it's water under the bridge at this point. No pun intended. There is no water in that last final circle. But DCM maintains their top spot at 122 points. Kiwa comes in at shy still. A significant difference. I guess that's a game in between the both of them. So Kiwa will maintain number 2. Roy now steps up on the plate at number 3. Happy goes down to the spot. Love secures a top 6 alongside PMA at 78 each.
Yeah, it's a totally different expectations from day number 1 as well, right? Like, especially when we had like PMA and everyone still running for the horses here alongside with DCM. We were just thinking like, okay, it's going to be among all this kind of team during halfway of day number 1. Suddenly day 2, okay, I guess you could say the ranking of the top 6 started getting a little bit more defined. We got a rough idea how the team's going to be like. But after day number 2, after seeing like the change in performances being done by all of our players, everyone started being so close here. Sure, 20 points difference between DCM and Kiwa Esports. A lot of things can change for day number 3. It's not so much of a huge significant difference anymore here. Because total amount of kills, TD will take the top spot for Roy Esports. 28, relatively close. Literally going back to back with Trick with 26, 2-point differential here.
Now, this is where you can see the heavy-sided and playstyle, right? Look at that. Although TD gets 28 kills, remember, number 3 all the way to 5, those number adds up into one team alone. DCM, Amped, Monty, and Flood. They're crazy in terms of it. And I think they're holding on because of said performance, right? they're not in the spotlight. They're not even in the top 5, I think, today itself, except for like maybe 1 or 2 games where they do come in with like good placement. But the number of kills just kept them hanging on. That additionally with the 30-point lead that they had in game 1 is the reason why they're still in number 1. But they cannot take the foot off the pedal, because comes tomorrow, that's very well surpassable.
It's, I guess you could say, in a way where you can definitely tell that DCM is a lot more consistent. But of course, speaking of which, this is going to be tomorrow's matches as well. This time I'm going to be doing the reverse, falling back to the exact same map pool, or I guess map pool order from day number 1, starting over 2 Erangels, Tego, Rondo, and ending our day number 3, Championship Sunday, with 2 Marama matches, the Sands of Dunes here. So Keith, that was, I guess, in a way, really unsuspected and quite surprising day 1 and day 2 together here. I guess you could say I had assumed that pretty much the gameplay for some of these teams is going to be pretty much set in stone, some not going to be changing as much or as significant, but I was totally wrong. Day 2 was completely mind-blowing for me here, so especially for certain teams as well.
Yeah, but I guess one way we could finally, now that we have got a bigger sample pool, some of the expectations are on point, right? Like, based on day 1, we thought Decimate will still do well, and they're still doing well. Again, their bad games is still like 5-6 kills on the board, which is more than what you would have expected for maybe like the likes of NRG and so on and so forth down the table. I don't want to be calling out teams for a lack of performance, right? But their bad games, Decimate's definition of bad games is still pretty well, and that's why they're here number 1. Kiwa consistently through and through, but Happy was, I think today was the biggest standoff team that you didn't expect them to perform based on a day 1 performance itself.
Oh, I mean, actually, let's be honest, Keith. I actually, from day 1, before we saw the games before the ending of day 1, I already expected Happy Squad to go full throttle into this as well. So day 1 was a little bit quite the blow for me. But day 2, when they brought it back, I was like, yep, that's the team I recognize. That's the team players that I knew. Glad to see them back at it, and hopefully we see more in day number 3. Which, of course, with that being said, Keith, this will mark our end for day number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. However, we still got one more day, Championship Sunday, to decide. 6 more matches remain to decide which is going to be our grand champion of the Master Series Phase 1 here. I'm Leonard alongside with Keith. We're all going to bid you all adieu and a very good night.